All right, what's up, everybody? Good morning. We have day 2 of Build Your Mortgage Empire virtual event here. I apologize for the late start, having some technical difficulties, but we are off and running for this morning. So we're going to get started here right away. Bring in our first guest. This is Justin Mercer, also known as the Tattooed Realtor. Justin, welcome. How are you, man?
What's up?
Good
How are
morning.
you doing?
I know it's early out there on the West Coast.
Yeah. I saw 9, and then I was like getting ready because I take my kids to school in the morning, and I was like, oh, 7. I forgot the time difference. Sorry.
So you are in Phoenix?
Yeah, or Gilbert, but it's like 20 minutes outside Phoenix.
Okay. Yeah. So I work for Geneva Financial, and
Okay.
we're based out there in Chandler.
Yes. I've actually been in that building.
Oh, really?
But I want to do it at the office where I had all this stuff on the wall and all that, but I'll just do that next time.
Yeah, no worries, man. Well, hey, I'm excited to have you. I know we've known each other on, social for a long time. You've been on a couple of events with me. I just love your story, man. And I love, how you're able to market you. And I think that's important for people these days is, there's no more suit and ties. You don't have to be a banker. You don't have to, wear the 3-piece suit in order to be successful. And people need to understand that they can be successful just being themselves. So I'm excited to have you on so you can share kind of your story and, how you got into the industry as a real estate agent and how you've been able to be so successful at it.
Yeah. So I guess, I've done this one. So like 5 years ago is when I got my license for real estate. But 5 years ago, I was a truck driver. So before truck driving, I was a teacher. And then I went to PepsiCo, Frito-Lay, and worked there for 13 years and then got into real estate. So when I do any kind of events, I tell people before real estate, I didn't know anything about business, social media, knew nothing about marketing, branding, or like anything. I didn't know. I was a truck driver, right? So anything I built or done or marketing wise, I've done as an average Joe. So I tell people all the time, it's like, you don't need a marketing background degree. Like I just learned from being in it and being me and being authentic. So, and take like extreme accountability for like what you do. And then also just kind of like tweaking things here and there. Cause I think marketing isn't like one like definition, right? I think marketing can be a couple different things. I've done a lot of marketing and branding events, and everyone has an opinion of what marketing and branding is. But like, to me, it's like marketing is it's an action where it's a verb. Like branding is a verb. It's the art of like doing it, not just like a lot of people think putting a sticker on a water bottle handing out is marketing. And I think it's more the conversation you have behind handing it to the person is the marketing portion of that, not just having your face in this. It's not branding. Someone drinks it, throws it away. They still don't know who you are, what you do, what you can do for them, like your personality. So when I first started, I kind of came up with like a 5-step system of marketing and branding to me. So first is think like a consumer, not like an agent. Because I think a lot of agents think like an agent. I think a lot of title people, mortgage, think like title mortgage people. And I'm just one of those people where if you're in this field, it's boring as hell. Like it's not a field where everyone like comes to you and thinks you get the coolest career. I know a lot of agents try to make it cool online, but normal people, like real estate's not cool to them, right? So when I was starting out, I was like, how do I make real estate cool? Like, how do I make it trendy or people vibe with real estate? So everything I did was not about the video or about the social media or about the billboard. It was about what I thought people would think looking at it, right? I wanted to draw their attention to it. And the only thing I wanted to put in place is I'm in the field. It had nothing to do with a value proposition. It didn't always have a call to action. I just wanted them to engage with whatever I was doing and make it interesting first. And then you're just through that, you're going to find out I'm in real estate. So like a lot of the videos I did, like the first one I ever did, to give you an example, was the hot tub one. So I was in a hot tub, fully suited up with a glass of wine, and it was an open house video. But I was like, no one's going to watch an open house video on social media. And how could I make an open house video unique, right? So what I did was I got in the pool, and the girl that was filming it, I started off saying, ladies, you love rich men with beautiful houses, like swipe right. And she's like, Justin, it's not for your Tinder, it's for your open house. I was like, oh yeah. And then I introduced the open house, but that video, it got shared like 400 times on social media. So like was that real estate related? Not really, but it had everything to do with real estate because it was open house. I was talking about the houses. I was inviting them places, but that open house, that $3.2 million mansion, and it was like, I had a lot of people there. But everyone didn't think that, they thought that was my listing because they're not in the industry. And that's why I say, think like a consumer, because the consumer is going to see something and think one thing. All your buddies that are in the field are going to think something too. So all the agents like knew it wasn't my listing. I was a brand new agent. I didn't know what I was doing still at that time. Like I didn't have any transactions, but from that one day, I take all that information I got. So I was getting messages left or right, people saying like, how did you get that listing? Like, I didn't think you were serious. Like you just started, you got a $3 million listing. And I was like, I wasn't saying, oh, it's not my listing. I was saying, bring me a buyer. I can represent a buyer. So I was like, yeah, you got a buyer, come by, come see me. So I would avoid that question because I wanted to present myself like I knew what I was doing. But from all those messages and people showing up, I was like, why am I not doing this more? So the next weekend I did a $900,000 house. Next weekend I did a $1 million house. But I always kept that view, like presence going. Like I was doing open houses. I would pull up my computer, like write contracts, and I put a boomerang up, say write another one, showing a house. There's a lot of things that, so think like a consumer, I was more like, I'm not interested in the message I'm putting out. I want to show people that I'm busy more than anything, right? Do you want me to go more in depth to a couple of them, or do you want me to just kind of go through the 5? Because I usually have like 5 steps. I can go through like 45 minutes of each one.
Yeah, I mean, we got probably 20. We got about 20 minutes left. So, however you just go through the 5 and kind of show us, what got you to where you're at.
Okay. So think like a consumer, there's a lot of examples and there's a lot of way to think, but it's more so getting out of your own head. Like agents and lenders and title company, find out who your target audience is. Like, who are you actually trying to hit with this message? And what is the best message or best way to deliver it to them that they're going to actually receive it, right? Number 3 is perception. So I knew perception, and I learned perception from Think Like a Consumer. I was like, wow, all these people are coming to me. Like, there's like, Justin, like, how did you get this listing? They think it's mine. So perception played a big role in my growth in the beginning, is because I'd already got this like stigma on my look before I came in. So I was like, I need to take this and roll with it. So I would get like, people posting stuff online for me all the time, and I would share it. I share the hate because I wanted to respond to it. So whenever someone would like hate on one of my posts or say something negative, or when I do an ad, I would try to spin it to a positive and post it, because people want to come save you. They want to come rescue you. They want to show you they support you, and your people will always do that. So I use socials for that I would repost the negative, and some of them were funny. I got a great sense of humor. So you also show yourself through that. So when people would like, I'd do an ad and people would like respond negative to it, I would make a funny comment. Like, when it comes to roasting, I don't know, are you like, you and your boys, like we roast each other all the time. So you're going to sit there and make fun of me. Like, I'm going to have 5 more right back at you. I'm used to this. So
right.
I would respond with something super funny, because I'm like, everyone else is still seeing this ad. I want to show them that it doesn't bother me, but I'm not going to let it just sit there and marinate and let other people like assume that person's right about me. So, and then when you share it, people will search it out and they came rescue me. Like I even had an agent once make fun of one of my billboards, and she's like, I can't believe this is a thing. So I responded to it, and I kind of like laughed at her. I was like, that's real funny that you say that. I said, because I guarantee you may have a negative thought about me, but I don't hide who I am. And I'm going to show you an example. So I shared her post. She had a picture of my billboard and a negative. I shared that whole thing on my page. And I said, here's the negative things that even agents will say about me, barring like, you just violated the code of ethics. So you want to ignore that by making fun of me. But in reality, like, you're wrong. I'm going to show you're wrong. And I was like, feel free to think how you like, but let's see how long you keep this post up. And sure enough, 20 minutes later, she erased it because her post went from like 5 comments to I think like 200 in the span of 20 minutes. Because people see negative and they don't like unprovoked negativity. So if you could take those negatives and turn it into a positive, like now I had people like rescuing me. I had this one title company who was cool. I didn't know they could do this at the time, but he pulled people's numbers. So he pulled her numbers and mine, and he put it. He's like, you may not think it's a real thing, but he's out producing you like 4x, right? And I thought that was super cool. But she ends up erasing the thing. So I was like, everyone has an opinion of you, but until they put their opinion on a stage where everyone else can see it, then apparently they don't think that way anymore. So perception-wise, I always like people look at situations differently. Don't always think it's what you think is going to happen with what you post. You think what's going to happen with what somebody else posts is going to be the truth. Like you have to figure out a way to spin it. Just trying to do this in a good way. I want to try to get some good points across. So number 3 is we got think like a consumer. I'm sorry, I'm blanking real quick. Perception and then R&D. So R&D is actually really big for me, and that's rip off and duplicate. But I think it's a little different. If you're gonna rip somebody off, you're gonna try to copy them. You want to make it your own, right? So R&D is something I chose because that time I had that hot tub video. That was when I first got licensed. I didn't have anything in the pipe. I had nothing going for me. I didn't really know real estate. I was like, I'm just in this new career, right? And I closed $1.7 million the next month. So I was like, I went from having nothing to closing $1.7 million from 2 or 3 social media videos, right? So the next month, though, I didn't have anything still. I got kind of a hot start. So the next month, what I did was, and I keep a notepad next to my bed, and my time to think, like if you guys have a good time where all the thoughts come to your head and where you have the most time to yourself, I would put a notepad next to my bed because when I dream or when I'm going to sleep, that's when my head starts going, right? And I'd write down all these ideas. So if I'm laying in bed and I think of something funny, I'll write it down and try to figure out how to add on to it later, but I still don't have all my thoughts in one place. So laying in bed the next month, I didn't have any closing. So what I did is I went to people in my office, and that's who I took first. I was at Keller Williams. I want to see all the agents that were in my office, what they were producing or what they were doing on social media or what they were doing different than me. So I really thought about everyone in my office, and I know there's this team Rise, and I was like, they got a great team. They close 8 to 9 a month consistently. I was like, let me just see what they're doing. So I went through like 3 or 4 of their agents in their team. I went through their entire social media, like Facebook, Instagram, all that, because thinking like a consumer, when I was in the business, I wanted to see what other agents were posting too. I was like, I bought 2 houses and sold 2 houses before I was in real estate. I knew 5 people that were in real estate. Like, why didn't I choose them? Like, why wasn't I using my buddy who I went to school with? And when I went to all their pages, and I think that's really important, is I went back to the dates that I knew I purchased my house. And I just went to their pages because I want to see what they were posting at the time. And I think a lot of people should go back and do some research themselves. Like, what got you to do certain things? Because there's might be little tricks that you can learn from yourself. Like, oh, I didn't pay attention when I was doing this. So when I went to those agents back when I bought, they were posting like just sold, just listed. And I'm like, here I am, a consumer. I know this person and I'm not paying attention to their things. Not because they don't know what they're talking about, because like an average consumer like doesn't really care about that stuff. So then I thought, how did I choose my agent when I bought and sold the house? She was the hottest girl at the gym. Like, that's how I actually chose my agent. So and that may seem silly to some people, but I'm like, I just have to become the hot girl at the gym on social media or in the gym or from wearing my gear, everything I have branded all over. So R&D, when I looked at their pages, when I bought, I was like, just sold, just listed. One person wasn't posting much at all, but I was like, and then one of them, they were doing donuts. So every other Friday, what they would do is they go get like 15 boxes of donuts. They have these coffees, and they would set up shop outside the community they farmed. It's called Eastmark in Gilbert. Huge community, but that was like their bread and butter for business. So what they do is get the donuts, the donut box, the coffee, and they set up shop, and all the cars that were going out, they would hand donuts and coffee to, and that was like their like prospecting. They did really well at that. So I was like, I don't do any prospecting like that. So I looked at their event. I was like, they get 15, they go Dunkin' Donuts and they get a bunch of donuts and they get everything that's left over, they drop off at the police station and fire station. So I took that and I was like, they're going to drop off donuts to like the police and firemen. I said, I really like that idea. But what they did is they would like tape their business card to the donut box and just hand it to them. And I was like, that's to me, thinking like a consumer, I was like, if I'm going in, because what I was going to do was go to the hospital and do it. And at that time, it was COVID, it was rampant. So they had a lot of nurses like working overtime. So I was like, if I'm a nurse or I'm a doctor and I'm in the hospital, I got a busy day, I'm going to go to the cafeteria where these donuts are going to be. I'm going to open the box and grab a donut and walk away. Like, I don't really care what's on the box. And now to think about it, when I'm in real estate, if you're in a brokerage, people drop off goodies all the time. Like, we always got cookies and chips and donuts and all the sprinkles, cupcakes they bring all the time. But no, I don't ever really pay attention who brings it. A lot of people just walk by, grab one and walk away. So I was like, if I'm going to do this, I'm going to do it right. I want to think about it, put my thought and energy behind it. And I was like, I'm just going to make the box my business card. Instead of trying to tape a business card to the box, let me just make the entire box my business card. So I got custom box made, and they were super like glossy black, and I had my logos on the front. And on the front, it said, "Let's ink a deal," which was like my logo, my slogan at the time. So get the donut box, and it's black glossy, big color bomb logos on the front. It says, "Let's ink a deal." And on the side, I had my Instagram and phone number. But that night, I was on 27 different stories of nurses, and they were like grabbing the box and grabbing their donuts, saying, "Thanks for the donuts." But that's 27 people that might have 300, 400, 500 followers, doesn't matter. And now I'm all over their social media with my branding, with my box, with them saying, "Thanks for dropping off donuts," talking good about you. But all that came from watching what somebody else was doing, taking things that they did well and trying to revamp it and make it my own. So right. R&D is one of the 5 steps, because it really has brought me business my entire career. I always look at what other people are doing, and I never copy them like one for one. I always try to figure out, how do I make their idea 10 times better, or how do I put more into what they're doing? And I think that portion, like marketing, is like a tube of toothpaste. Like, don't just get the tube of toothpaste. Like, when you're using the toothpaste, you start rolling it up. You try to get every little ounce out of that, and that's what I try to take through marketing. So marketing to me isn't like,
a few months ago, we had a speaker on who's actually speaking today. Her name's Brianna Harris Kimbrough, and she was talking about how she went to her local coffee shop in Nashville and asked them, "Hey, can I buy you cup sleeves?"
Oh,
and they're like, "Sure." So she buys cup sleeves. On one side, it's their company information, and on the other side, it's hers. And she said every time they're running out, she just goes down and restocks them, and everybody in the whole freaking downtown has her information every day because they're going in that local coffee shop. And I was like, well, that's smart. And then, there was people that watched the event and that went out there and were like, well, that's genius. So I'm sure some of them took that idea, like you said, and made it a different part of, made it different, made it better. So like you said, there's great ideas out there if you just take them and make them your own.
Mm-hmm. And that let me do this one real quick on here, but that led me to another good idea. In the future, I went to my first family reunion for KW, but there was like 15,000 agents there, and everyone has like business cards to hand them out. Like, I got some cool ones. Like, I got a poker chip, and it reminded me, I was like, oh, this is a cool poker chip. Like, it's different, right? It's not just a regular. And I had like high gloss, like vibrant business cards, but you give them out to everybody. You want referral partners. Later on that night, when you go out to the casino, you see business cards everywhere. They're in the trash. They're on the table. Like, they're just everywhere. Like, no one cares about business cards. So I was like, and I just kind of made a joke to myself. I was like, yeah, I bet if that was a credit card, no one would throw it away. And that one thought I didn't let go. I was like, I need to make a business card that's kind of impossible to throw away. Like, if I'm going to go do this, like, not a lot of people do business cards, but if I'm going to do it, I'm going to make it so no one can throw it away. So what I did is I made my business cards look like a credit card, and it's metal. Like, it's like a real black card. But if you look, instead of having the American Express, I did like call tattoo real estate. Here's my name, the Instagram logo of my Instagram. And on the back signature line, it says, let's ink a deal. That writing on the top of the credit card, I changed to looking to buy or sell. The QR code that led to like my link tree, and then the brokerage, email, phone number. But when I hand this out to people, I don't have a conversation behind it. I just say, oh, I'm gonna give you a business card and hand it to them. And because I want to see what an average person does. I want to see what they say. Like psychology, like I'm so obsessed with psychology now from being in real estate and marketing, because I want to know how people think. I want to see, how can I impact more people? How can I get more attention, right? So when I hand it to them, some people are like, oh, no, this is your debit card. I'm like, no, it's my business card. Like, I just want to make it so you can't throw it away. And they always look at it and they turn around like, oh, this is so cool. It's so unique. They're like giving you compliment after compliment. Like, I've never seen this before. And it's that conversation handing it to them. Like, this person won't forget about me. Like, they forget about business cards. They throw it away. Try to get something or do something that forces another conversation or forces them to like know that you're different. And I can go to like, and I use this for mostly like investors. I have plastic ones that are a lot cheaper. But the big metal ones I use for like investors, hiring clients, like luxury, because I want them to know I think differently. I'm not going to be your average agent. I'm going to think differently. I think outside the box. But even when they keep it in their wallet, actually kind of looks like a black card. So I was like, even if you guys aren't even, if new agents, you're not ballers yet, you can look in there and you can look like a baller just by having that in there.
Right.
But that's something I want to add in there just because you take things that people
that's
say.
the cool thing about marketing, like you said, it sets you apart, and they're not like, oh, thanks for the business card. They're like, oh, what is this? And then they're going to remember you, forever. Be like, yeah, I remember that guy gave me that, and then they're going to think when someone says, hey, you know anybody that, does real estate? They're going to be like, oh yeah. Funny story.
I even had one person, they messaged me on Instagram. They're like, hey, I need another business card. And they were from Vegas. And they're like, can you mail me one? Because she told me that she was at an event and someone had a cool business card. She's like, I kept yours in my billfold and I pulled it out to show them. And one of them really wanted yours. So I gave it to them. Can you send me another one? I was like, how often does someone get asked for a business card and mail it to them? Like, that never happens, right? But to me, this isn't a $5 business card that's a big cost to my business. It's someone that I know I give it to that it's going to be a lot harder for them to forget about me. Because, I mean, we all have our own lives. We all have things going on. Like, we forget things like that. Like, we have our own problems. We have our own situations. It's really easy to get lost in the mix. And that's why I did this whole 5-step thing, because I want to show people no one cares about you. Not like no one actually cares about you. More like everyone has so much going on that no one really cares what an agent thinks. And I say that only because I had a deal once where this girl I've known for 25 years. I've known her for a long time, right? And if I open a plumbing business tomorrow, she would promote my plumbing business. Like, she's just that type of friend. And I posted once a story, and I was going to go through this too, but I'm going to go through this in a minute. Actually, I'll just do it now. So story posts were big for me too, not just posting on social media, like a regular reel or a post. I did stories every single day, but I know my own habits online. So I start going like this through stories too. Like, you know, those stories that people post the same thing, or it's them talking, or you don't have time and you just skip through it by tapping it. So I assumed a lot of people do that to me too. So when I started doing I buy homes cash, everyone buys homes cash. So I was like, how do I get people to care that I buy homes cash or remember? So what I started doing is and I used to do this. I used to put a story saying, hey, if you guys have any fixer-uppers, like, send them my way. Like, no one really pays attention to them. I never got the likes on them. I never got a swipe up, like the fire or the hearts. But what I started doing is I take movie posters and I would just replace my face with the main character's body and deliver a message with the movie title. So the very first one I did, I put my face on Leonardo DiCaprio's body, and it was a Titanic movie poster. And I said, is your home a Titanic piece of shit? Call me, right? But I put that on my story. I must have had like 200 swipe ups of like fire, the laughing faces, a bunch of likes. But I'm like, this is the same message. It's the same I'll buy your home cash message, but I'm delivering it a different way that people actually will pay attention to. So yeah. I'm really big on that too. Like, a lot of people don't care what we have to say daily over and over again, but try to find out different ways to deliver that message that like force people's attention, right? So all that to say this, that day I posted that same girl, 25 years. Like, she likes all my posts. She knows I'm in real estate. She's like, oh my gosh, Justin, my mom just went to Open Door for a cash offer. I forgot you did this. So I messaged her back and said, well, did she sign it? Let me see if I can get in there. And like, just in the nick of time, I got to go present an offer to her. It's like, hey, here's my cash offer, whatever. Like, it's kind of like in line with Open Doors where it was at. I was like, but like, your home's listable. Like, I knew she just didn't want people in there. So all it just overcame that objection if she didn't want people in her house. And I was like, hey, if you can give me 2 days, just let me do 2 major open houses here. I won't have anyone else in the house other than this. But if I could post this investor special online and use all the keywords that investors use and fix and flippers, I said, I know I can get you more from an end buyer. Because this is at the time Open Door was buying like really low. And I was like, if my cash offer is almost the same as theirs, I'm like, I know for a fact I can get you more. Because it's like the 65-cent number. So, and I said that because this is my best friend. This is my friend for 25 years. And when her mom talked to her about selling her house, she never thought Justin. She thought, oh my gosh, Mom, you're moving. Where are you going to go? They had so much going on that it's not like, you don't think of a realtor at that time. You think of what the problem's going to be. Like, where's your mom going? So the next post, and that's why I tell people post on their stories too. If you're not going to do it on your page, do it on your stories, because it's that constant reminder that you're in the business. So, I know we got off subject for that, but more, what was I saying right there? I'll just go on the next step, but, attention. That's one of the next ones was attention. And that's something I spend a lot of time on, is just trying to get attention. When I say attention, it's just, I want people to know I'm in the business, and I want it to be known, like high impact, right? So the billboards, I did crazy billboards. That same billboard I had that someone made fun of, it was me, just a smile on my face. It had a call to action. It had a value proposition. Like, it showed me as a realtor. And when that agent made fun of it, I didn't really care. It doesn't hurt me. But I was like, if I'm going to do a billboard, I'm going to have this kind of expense. And billboards charge you for cars that drive by. And they gave me a good discount on it. That's the only reason I did it. But if I'm like, if people are still going to have an objection, or because when I see a billboard, to me, it screams success. Like, if I see a lawyer on there, I'm like, damn, they must have a lot of good business. Like, if they can afford like a billboard, right? So that first one, it got a negative message. So I was like, why am I even messing with a call to action that a lot of people aren't going to really relate to? I'm just going to make funny billboards. So I called my billboard company. I was like, hey, I'm going to change that one out, and got the new design going. So what I sent them is my face on all the NSYNC people's body. You know that the album cover where they're like marionette puppets?
Yeah.
So I put my face on their bodies, and on the top of the billboard, like extended, because I wanted an extension coming off of it, because people pay attention when something's like bigger. I was like, this is a one-time cost. It's going to drive so much more eyes. But I put buy, like BUI, BUI, BUI. And I said, are you not in sync with your living situation? Let's chat, right? That same billboard, it was in the same location. I got shared over 300 times in 2 days from that billboard, because I had my Instagram on it. And now it's like, not only am I taking this one billboard that is supposed to be marketing the cars driving by, and now I'm not only marketing to the cars drive by, but now I'm showing everyone on social media my billboard, right? And they share it. And people, now I'm getting a lot of people, just like the nurse stories, 25 people, I don't care. It's 25 people that have 300, 400, 500 followers that have never seen me before, that just saw me on a post. And it's just that constant reminder of who you are. So when I say attention, it's like, how do I get attention anyway? So when I had those billboards, I ended up taking one of them down, because I was on what's called a rotating contract, and I paid a lot less than people. But if someone was willing to pay full price, they would just take me down and put them up. So I went on a rotating contract all around the valley, where I was getting super cheap billboards. And the only way you could take me down is if you were going to pay full price. But when that first one got taken down, I was like, I want a mobile billboard. Like, I want something that's not located in one spot. And that's when I started and I had, at that time, I was a brand new agent. I had an Altima, just a 2020 Altima, like, and it had vinyl stickers on it, like just big, bright tattooed realtor vinyl stickers on it. But you'd be surprised every time I went somewhere, people are like, oh, I see your car all the time. Because when you see because the car is black with tinted windows, but then you see vibrant pinks and neon green and neon blue all over the place, and it's a recognizable car. So I was like, I get recognized with my car all the time. People say, I see your car everywhere.
You know, I think you're the perfect example of attention beats marketing anytime.
Yeah. So I was thinking, if you guys are looking at an Ultima with like stupid vinyl stickers, like let me get a car that people actually want to look at. So I started thinking, I was like, what is a car, no matter what? And I couldn't afford like a Ferrari or Lamborghini or anything like that. But I was like, what's a car everyone's going to look at? And I was like, boom, limo. I was like, everyone looks at a limo because it's such a big, huge car. I was like, I mean, a limo could drive by the street. I'm like, oh, I wonder who's in that. Like, who's driving a limo right now, right? But a limo is one of those attention-getting cars. So I was like, I looked at used limos, and I ended up wrapping a big 2007 Lincoln Town Car limo. And when I was driving around, I drove my kids to school. And when I drove it, when I picked them up that same day, and listened to everything everyone has to say, listen and take notes. To yourself, because you're going to find out a lot about yourself and your business that you didn't know. And when my kids got in the car, my son at the time was in like first grade. He's like, "Are we millionaires?" And I was like, "What?" He's like, "Are we millionaires? Everyone said we're rich." I was like, "It's because the limo. Like when I drop the kids off, and I drop them off where everyone's at, like, and there's a fence, everyone can see it. When you see a limo pull into school, all the kids came running the fence. They got out of the car. I drove off, picked them up the same day in the limo, and they had told me how many kids came up to them saying, like, "Are you rich? Are you there?" Like, they're just elementary school kids. But I was like, your mom's Camry costs more than this limo." But that perception of the kid, like, it just drew attention. So now I started making kids shirts, and I'm like, if your kids are gonna love this limo when they're driving by, like, let me promote to kids too. I want the kids have big mouths. They love talking. So I had a cool shirt, and it was me as a cartoon character. And on the back, it said future house slinger. And I got these same jerseys made for my kids, and they would wear them to school. But all the time they'd come back and say, "Dad, can I have a shirt? Someone in my class wants a shirt. Someone in my class wants a shirt." So I ended up having like 40 different shirts handed out for their school. I had some jerseys, stickers. I'm like, now I have kids talking about me. I got a listing from a kid in my kids' class. And I've never talked to the parents before, never seen them. But it was because he had my shirt, he had my sticker, he knew all about me. I never even met the kid, because your kids are your promotion tool. Like once the limo started coming, and then I was like, damn, this limo is getting so much attention, and it's just a piece of crap limo that's wrapped. But the inside wasn't nice. People were like, "Oh, you can take your clients in there." I was like, it's not nice enough. But then I ended up getting a school bus. So I went to an auction, local auction, where I had a mini bus, and I bought one of those short buses, and I wrapped the short bus. So I'm like, these, it's a nominal cost, but these are mobile billboards now. Every time I drive, people are like, I go show houses, or I go show houses, not with them riding me, but I pull up in the limo just because I'm like, this thing is an attention-getting magnet, right? And what I did is I got an electric scooter, and I popped in the limo, and I drove. And next to me, a mile away, is called downtown Gilbert, and there's just a lot of restaurants, and it's a big family outing for weekends. So what I did is I put an electric scooter in the limo, drove it to downtown Gilbert. I park it, scooter back home, put it in the bus, and park the bus in a different location in downtown Gilbert, park it, and scooter back. But that weekend, it's a mobile billboard. It's parked there all weekend. I'm not just driving by. People are going to look at it. It's going to be parked. I'm like, oh, I see that guy everywhere. I saw him on social media. I saw this guy everywhere. But it forces people to have conversations about you when you're not around. And if you can have any kind of branding or marketing tool where it forces people to talk about you when you're not around, like, to me, that's a huge win. So when I say attention, it's not just the billboard, the car, the wraps. It's what can I do on anything to get attention, and just to draw people. And it's just that constant reminder that I'm in the business. I'm here to stay. I'm not going around. You're going to hear about my name. But from doing these little things for 5 years, it's turned into, like, I don't know if it was your show last year or someone else, but they talked about local celebrity. Someone was on there saying, become a local celebrity. And I was like, I really did think that, because when I got licensed, I asked all the agents I knew and all my friends, I say, who's the most famous real estate agent you know? And your normal friends that aren't in the business are like, well, I don't know. Like, they don't know anyone, right? And all the realtors were like Russell Shaw and Shannon Gillette here in Arizona. They thought they were the most famous. So I was like, and I asked that because I was like, that's my marketing style. It's like, I want to try to become that local celebrity or that famous real estate agent that people know in town, only because I grew up in the Valley my whole life. We have a company called Shaneco, And they have this cheesy Shanko is a jewelry company. It's a cheesy jingle that stays in your head forever. So I've been hearing this same jingle since I was 5 years old, and all through my life. And when I went and got engaged, where do you think I went? I went to Shanko to get the ring, not because they have the best deal. Like, I don't know about the deals. It's like that's the only jewelry company I know because they're so blasted. They blast their message out for the past 20 years to me. And then when I thought about it, I was like, I know 4 lawyers' phone numbers by heart. Like, how many of you guys know lawyers' phone numbers by heart? That's crazy, right? It's just because it's that constant reminder that here we are, here's who I am. And that's what I take that attention, the R&D, the thing I consume, all that packaged into one. It's for longevity in the career. It's to get this, like the business card, the limo, the bus. I don't have those anymore. I sold them. But doing little things over years and years and years, you become that local celebrity. You become that name that people, they trust because they know it. If that makes sense.
Right. Yeah, man. Like I said, I think you're the perfect example of, I posted this the other day on Facebook, is attention beats marketing. You can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars marketing, but if you're not doing it right, it doesn't do any good. If it's not getting attention, and you're doing things that get attention, that set you apart, that people, you can market all you want and people are going to say it, and it's going to be the same marketing as every other real estate agent out there. But with you, it's billboards, it's cars, it's, your metal cards, it's, all the stuff that is gaining attention. Like you said, the t-shirts, for the kids, like, that's the key, is people are watching, is attention wins. It doesn't matter if it's negative attention. Sometimes negative attention is just as good, if not better than positive attention. Like you said, when people are, she's talking crap about your billboard, that's negative attention, but it turned out to be positive attention in the end for you.
Yeah. And that's why I said, like, marketing to me, it's not a definition much as it's a verb to me. It's an act of doing. Like, you can't become a marketer because you got one great marketing thing that you did once. It's like people will forget about that. Like, it sucks, but people forget about it. And I like to remind people, and I'm one of those, I've made so many mistakes in this business too, where I've gotten better from my mistakes, and I've taken things that I was like, damn, I should have done this when I did the billboard. But it doesn't mean I can't still do it. I can do it in a different surface or a different level. Oh man, I lost the train of thought, but I had something cool I was going to say. How did you end that? What were you just saying?
No, I was saying that, attention is better than marketing. You just, you got to get the attention, whether it's positive attention or negative attention. We see people go viral and go, make millions off of, stupid stuff that, wasn't positive. It's like, they become famous because of something that they did wrong, and then they use that to, springboard to fame.
Yeah. And when I say like an action word, the hour of doing marketing, but also take your marketing and try to get more in depth with it. Like, what else can I do with this? Because, like, squeeze that tube of toothpaste out. Like, I use an example. Have you seen my office or from any of my stories?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I had an office located in a nice part of downtown Gilbert, but I was like tucked in the back. It was in like an office complex, and I had a barber in there, I had a tattoo artist in there, and I had a stylist in there because I wanted to make it like a speakeasy vibe. I was like, I got this real estate office that me and my team are going to be at, but how do I get more from this? It's not just my office. And then I was like, I could put the big stickers on the outside the window. No one else in that office complex had any kind of signage for because they're most like doctor's office, whatever. They don't think marketing wise. So I put stickers on there, and then I had all these businesses around there saying like, oh, they let you put stickers on there. But it forced a conversation with people I've never talked to before in my life. And then when I was like wanting to do the barber, tattoo artist, and stylist in there, is because no one cares about a real estate office. But when they have to walk through a real estate office to get their tattoo appointment, they think it's like a trip. They're like, damn, this is kind of cool. Like, I have to walk through a real estate office to go to my tattoo appointment. And they're just I got 3 people that were, they had to book a business. They don't have to walk by traffic. They're busy enough. But I was like, I want to make more for my office. And then that vibe it took me down more, just because I'm like, I'm trying to get work done. I can have people on my team, then people come in their tattoo. But I always had people in and out of my office, and it became a distraction for me. So when that lease was up, I moved to a different office, but I wanted one in a strip mall. Because I'm like, if I'm going to have an office and I'm going to choose this expense to put this in my business, I'm going to get the most out of it that I can, right? So I was like, if I'm going to have an office, I'm going to put office in a strip mall because I want walk-by traffic. I don't want to just rely on the billboard, social media, my referrals or whatever for business. I want the chance of new business too. So I put my office in a strip mall, and if you walk by my office, like it will force you to turn your head. Like I got vibrant colors everywhere. I have an art wall that's filled with crazy art, and not just art. I put a lot of action figures and I glued them sideways on the wall. So it's not only you looking at art this way, but I turned it around. You can look at art like close up too. So I have a bunch of characters all over my wall that are fighting that usually don't. Like I got the Ninja Turtles and the Simpsons fight. It's just a bunch of like crazy action figures. But I hit a Waldo on there because on the outside I have a sticker that show if you can find the Waldo, you get a free coffee next door, and it's got a QR code. But now I'm like, if I'm already going to have this expense of an office, I want to squeeze that toothpaste out of it. Like, how do I make my office a call to action? How do I make my office a piece of business, like attention getting business? So when people walk by there, and then at night when I'm not there, there's an escape room. Like this strip mall it's busy as hell. Like we got a coffee shop next door. We got an escape room. There's a Pilates studio that just opened. So now we have women in yoga pants walk by all the time. There's a stylist, and there's like a co-op center for like eyebrow. They have something there too, but there's constantly people there. And when I'm not there at night, I turn off the main lights and I have another light, and it lights up my entire office bright pink. So and I'm not located up the main roads, and it's a super dark road, but it leads into downtown Gilbert. So I'm like, you drive by my office strip center at night, and all you see is a pink bomb in the corner. It's because I light up my office super bright pink because I want people to think like, it almost looks like we're a late night massage parlor, but there's just no cars there. But it forces people to look at you. So that's why through attention to marketing, anything, it's just like take anything you're doing. I don't care if it's your office, your car, the regular social media posts you do, but just try to get the most out of it to force more attention on yourself.
Awesome, man. Well, we're running a little bit behind, so I'm going to let you go. Do you want to give people on here your social handles and stuff, how they can follow you on what social?
Call Tattoo, CALL Tattoo, right here. So that on social media. And then if you guys have any questions too, I always answer my own DMs, and I'm in there every day. So I'm big on Instagram too. So if you go on Instagram, that's where I answer a lot of the questions.
Awesome, man. I appreciate it. That was great stuff. Like I said, I enjoy having you on because you think different, and that's what people need to start doing if they want to get successful in this mortgage, real estate, title. I mean, any business, set yourself apart, get out there, be different, and enjoy life. I mean,
I always appreciate you having me on, bro. Thank you for this. So thanks for everybody, and enjoy the rest of the speakers.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you.
Later, Mitchell. See you.
Thank you. All right, everybody. I'm sorry we're running a little bit behind today. We'll get caught up, I'm sure, but if not, we'll go a few minutes over tonight. But I'm going to bring on our first sponsor. Steve, you're on. How are you?
Good, man. How you guys doing?
Hey, doing good. I'm excited, man. We got off to a slow start, so sorry we're running a little bit behind. So I'm just going to get out of your way and let you tell us about the insurance team.
No, that was great stuff, man. I live where Justin lives, and yeah, you can't live in Metro Phoenix without knowing who he is.
Yeah, absolutely.
So anyway, I am Steve Fisher with the insurance team. We are a nationwide insurance broker. We're in 46 states. If you need us, we'll get another state if you request us to. So we can go nationwide if you like. We are a broker. We have over 90 different insurance companies nationwide, so we can provide you options. The homeowners market is still in the shitter. Insurance companies are still losing money, so rates on homes are still skyrocketing. Auto is kind of balanced out a little bit, but the homes, with all the hurricanes and the cost of materials and all that stuff, is still going through the roof. So days of $1,000 homeowners policies don't exist anymore. Replacement cost estimators, a lot of lenders want those. A lot of the insurance companies have that built into their system where we can't print them up anymore. So, I mean, there's a lot of changes coming. Some insurance companies won't accept roofs that are over 10 years old, depending on the state, 20 in some states. Some places they're doing actual cash value, not replacement costs, on roofs. And a lot of lenders don't accept that. So there's a lot of chaos still on the homeowner side that can still affect you guys. If you guys, we don't know that you need, a specific type of policy for that lender, it could cause chaos and you could lose a closing or delay it or something, right? So it's always better to get us involved early, and we can get you numbers pretty quickly. I mean, we can have a homeowner's insurance quote back to somebody in 15 minutes. We have the technology to make that happen. Get us involved early, and you'll lose a lot of headaches towards the end. We tend not to see a lot of DTI issues because most people get us involved early, so that doesn't happen. I mean, they still come, obviously, but if you get us involved early, it eliminates a lot of these types of headaches and stuff. So we're always here to help you. Our website is www.theinsteam.com. We have a link to our Zoom link on our website. Our agents sit in Zoom all day. You guys can hop in, talk to us, tell us what you need. We have clients hop in and talk to us. We sit in Zoom all day during our hours. So I'll put our information in there, and I hope to talk to you guys soon.
Awesome, man. I love it. And, I might need to get a hold of you myself. I'm in Iowa, and for no reason at all, my insurance company said, we're not renewing you. And I'm like, what do you mean? They're like, well, you've had 2 wind claims in the last 11 years. So they didn't cancel me. They're just not renewing me.
Right.
Like,
same
I'm
thing,
like,
right?
I don't get it. Makes no sense. But they got bought out, I think, by another company, and they're, maybe trying to trim up some stuff. But what do you do? I mean, it's tough. I mean, what do you do? We had what they call a duratio here twice, and it's like, what am I supposed to do? not file the claim when there's damages to the, to my house. I mean, a tree fall in my house.
We try to teach the clients, though, especially home insurance, it's for catastrophic losses. It's not a maintenance plan, Right. I mean, if you have a claim, generally you're surcharged 20% for, 3 to 5 years in a way. I see claims where, clients got $1,000 deductible, the insurance company paid $200 for the claim. Well, usually if you get 2 claims, we have to go to the secondary market for you. And with the surcharges, the insurance company is actually making money on those little payouts. So, it does put you at risk, just like in auto insurance. Windshield claims used to not count. They count now, so, I mean, times have changed, underwriting guidelines have changed. We got some companies that require $2,500 deductible now. I mean, times are drastically changing. So,
we up here in Iowa now, they have we're like the Florida of the Midwest, they say, for insurance, because there's a lot of tornadoes, wind damage, hail, things like that now, and it's hard to get insured. I mean, it really is. And like your deductible for wind damage has went up like double than what your normal deductible is. And then another thing is they don't do a lot of what do you want to call it? Full value. They do a lot of, they do a lot of like, oh, your siding is 10 years old, so we're going to deduct this and deduct that, and we'll pay you this much. Like a lot of policies are starting to do that. The one thing that they didn't tell me, they didn't even tell me that they dropped us from that. Like, well, they got it. They sent a letter, which is technically all they have to do. And I get letters from them once a year, so I don't read them, But apparently inside there,
legally they have to notify you. They send it in mail. Nobody reads their mail, right? So, but what you're talking about is roof scheduling. So if your roof is, say, it hits 20 years old, instead of having the full replacement cost, they go actual cash value. And then say every year that roof is old, for instance, they'll knock 2% off of what they're going to pay you for the cost of that roof. So they could pay you 90% of the roof, so you got to cover 10% plus your deductible. So and a lot of it's fraud. So I mean, that's part of it. Some of it is actually the Department of Insurance commissioners. Like California, we all know California is a disaster. Nevada is just as bad. No joke. Publicly stated, the insurance commissioner in Nevada says I will not approve a rate increase for an insurance company unless they've lost money for 5 straight years. What kind of business model is that? And who's going to continue to do business in Nevada? Right.
Yeah.
So same thing in California. These companies are pulling out because they're not going to continue to lose a crap ton of money. They're not losing $1 million. They're losing tens or hundreds of millions, depending on how big they are. Right. So it's a mess everywhere. And part of that, some states, the Department of Insurance Commissioner is an elected position. Worst thing ever, because all he's trying to do is save his job.
Right.
So, it's a mess all over.
Yeah, for everyone. Well, man, I appreciate you joining us. I appreciate you sponsoring the event. And anybody out there watching, make sure you reach out to Steve and the insurance team to help you out with your clients. And like I said, 46 states. So reach out. And Steve, again, I appreciate you.
You bet. You guys have a good one. Take it easy.
You too. All right, everybody, we're going to bring on our next speaker, Nick Niehaus. How are you, buddy?
Doing good, Mitch. How are you?
Oh, man, I'm doing well, were you in to see the tattoo realtor?
Of course, yeah. It's always fun to hear from Justin. Yeah.
Justin always brings some good stuff. He's always like, well, I don't know what to talk about. And I'm like, you just got to talk about you. Like,
right.
You're doing it right.
Absolutely.
Well, cool. Welcome, man. I appreciate you joining us. And like I said, we're running a little bit behind, so I'm just going to let you take the stage.
Yeah, no problem. And I think it might be a little bit easier to talk on some of the stuff if I share my screen, if that's okay.
Yep, and I'll pop that right in, and then I'll jump out of the way.
Cool. Yeah, let me pull this up real quick. All right, that should be it. Cool. There we go. Cool. Well, folks, I think this actually is kind of a perfect segue from what Justin was talking about because, attention, getting people to pay attention to you, that's marketing, that in a nutshell, right? Like if you can get people to pay attention to you, you're going to attract business. What I'm going to share with you today is a new form of lead capture, lead generation, right? So obviously this is a good follow-up on having attention, right? So if you're able to get in front of people, you're able to kind of get their eyeballs on your business. Let me just kind of start by talking a little bit conceptually about what we're doing here, because this is new. This is a new form of lead generation, a new form of marketing. I've been kind of developing this for the past 1.5 years, and I call these adaptive lead magnets. So the easiest way to understand this is going to be to just sort of show a bunch of examples to you, which I'll do in just a second. But I want to talk a little bit first about the background here, right? Kind of what exactly is this idea and where did it come from, right? Traditional lead magnets, you may or may not be using them, okay? A traditional lead magnet, though, is something you give away for free in exchange for someone's contact information, right? Now you can add them to your database, you can follow up with them. We call that a lead, right? So the idea there is you're going to have, if you're in, maybe you like to work with first-time buyers, for example, right? Maybe you have a buying your first home guide on your website. And if somebody wants some advice on how to get ready to buy their first house, they can go to your website, they can click a button, fill out a form, and they get their free guide. That's great. That's helpful. It's a way to differentiate yourself against your competitors, right? It's something you can go out and talk about that's not just saying, hey, if you need a loan, hit me up, right? We want to have something different. Again, getting that attention. Well, this idea takes that and it says, look, what if instead of everybody getting that same first-time buyer guide, they all got a completely customized guide that was written just for them? So it can take into account things like how old they are, what neighborhoods they're actually thinking about moving into. Do they have pets or not, right? What job do they have? What kind of income do they have? Obviously, all of those specific details, if we knew them and we could have a conversation or talk to that person and kind of customize our advice for them, that allows us to give them better advice. Well, AI allows us to do that now. And I think that's what's really exciting here. It's kind of the concept I'm going to share in a second, is we can now create simple tools in place of those guides that are going to help each person in a completely personalized and unique way. All right. So again, it's probably going to be easier to understand when I show it to you in just a second. Now, where did this come from and why am I sharing it with you? Let me just tell that story really quickly. I've been running a company for about 5.5 years now. It's called Business Video School. Still to this day running the business. We teach real estate agents and lenders and insurance companies and all that kind of stuff how to use video to market their business, right? How to get comfortable and confident on camera, what ideas for videos, et cetera, et cetera. About 2 years ago, started using AI, ChatGPT, and I realized, hey, this thing can write code. I wonder if I could build my own AI tools. This was before most companies were, every company now has some sort of AI built into what they're doing, right? But I'm like, hey, if I could build some custom AI tools that would be specially trained on how to write videos, for people in the real estate industry, give them ideas that are customized to their business, like that's going to make our school a lot more valuable. So I built those tools using AI to write the code. I don't know how to write the code for any of this stuff. It's pretty mind-blowing when you see it happen. And then our students started using them. And what blew my mind was how affordable it was when they used the tool. So for example, we have a tool that writes scripts for somebody, right? It'll generate a script based on an idea you have for a video. We also have one that'll give you ideas for videos. I'm going to show that in just a second. And they would go in, type in a couple, info points. I want a video for first-time buyers who aren't sure if they have enough saved up to purchase. Just an example. Hit a button, they get a script on the other end, and then the thing I looked at was, what does that cost me? And it was a penny, a single penny, to create a completely personalized and customized video script for one of our students. So as soon as I saw how affordable this was, and if anything, this is only getting more affordable as the technology evolves, I realized, look, if I can do this for this little amount of money, I should give these tools away for free. Because if I give them away for free, people will sign up on my email list. It's a value, right? They're getting something really helpful for them. They're going to look up to me that, look at me that much more respectfully, right? They're going to want to continue to see what else I have to offer. And it's been a tremendous way to grow our list. We've generated thousands of leads using these tools over about the past year or so, which is when we were really kind of working with this. So let me just get straight into it. I want to show you an example. Because again, like I said, it's almost always easier to understand this stuff as a demo. So let me go ahead and switch screens for just a second here. This is one of the tools that we built. It's called the 2025 Video Content Calendar Generator. It was called the 2024 for last year. Obviously, we just updated it when we switched over. So what I can do with this tool is I can go to social media, I can run ads, I can send emails, I can say, look, if you aren't sure what you should be making your videos about, let me give you a bunch of custom ideas that are catered to what you do in your business and who you're trying to attract as a customer, right? So they get access to this tool after they give me their email. That's what I do. I say, hey, send me your email address, send me your phone number. I'll send you the link to use the tool, right? That's how you get them to opt in. That's all free. So if you want to go to social, you want to do some posting, you want to send a couple emails, really easy to get people to essentially raise their hand and say, hey, I need your help. When they come use this tool, they're going to fill in what their business does, describe their target audience. I just kind of pre-filled this a little bit. First-time buyer, married couple, they have a dog, they like the local sports teams, they like happy hours, whatever. You can customize the videos for your specific location. You can even select if you want them to be, creative and unique, community and storytelling. Let's try that one this time. And then you can even include, sort of how creative do you want the videos to be? You want some really abstract ideas, or do you like, really just straightforward and concrete topics for your videos? You click a button, and what's now going to happen, and this takes anywhere from 30 seconds up to a minute or so, is we are going to get a completely customized video content calendar for this business. That is way more valuable than the other kinds of things I used to give away, right? Like we have guides, we have freebies, we have all kinds of stuff, right? And I have a guide that was basically just, hey, here's 50 ideas that every real estate agent should think about making, 50 video ideas, right? Now that's useful, but if I can go to a website, input a little bit of information about my business and get 50, or in this case, it's going to be 48, 4 ideas per month, 48 completely custom ideas just for my business, focused on my community, the area where I'm actually trying to attract customers, catered to the perfect customer for my business, that's a lot better, right? I don't have to do as much work. I don't have to think as hard. I can just sort of look over the list, pick the ideas I like, and run with them. And that's the idea, okay? So we're going to give this a few more seconds. I'm going to show several more of these examples, and then we'll kind of wrap up, obviously. But the one thing I want you to understand here is that if you can get ahead of the curve and get something like this onto your website, it's easier than you might think, you're going to be able to talk about something completely new. And that is when it comes to marketing, when it comes to getting attention, when it comes to getting conversations about real estate started, that is very important, right? Is being able to say and offer and do something different than what everybody else is doing, right? In a lot of ways, like there's a lot of lenders, there's a lot of agents out there. People have a lot of people to choose from. and the folks that can provide additional value are going to win, right? So here we go. It took about a minute to get our response. And here you go. You got an entire custom plan, right? So it's got home tours with furry friends, mortgage made easy, demystifying loan types, frozen dreams, St. Louis first-time home buyer journeys. Obviously, it's January, right? So it's all going to be catered to the month. It's going to be catered to holidays, right? So you got one associated with Easter here. If you get later into the summer, again, tailgating tips for home buyers, again, leaning into the fact that they're local sports fans, right? All of this is catered. And so that's the thing. When you're trying to get the attention of people, if you're speaking to things that matter to those people, they'll pay attention. If you're speaking to things they don't care about, they're going to ignore you, right? That's the difference here. So let me show you a few more examples here. This one might be a little more relevant to your business. This one's called a neighborhood matchmaker. Now, I've talked to some lenders, and they've told me, look, it'd be cool if I could take this tool and then offer it to other real estate agents, right? Go out to the network I'm a part of, the agents that I like to get referrals from, and say, hey, look, I've got a completely new one-of-a-kind AI tool. It's a neighborhood matchmaker. It helps people figure out exactly where they should be looking, what neighborhoods are kind of the perfect fit for them. Would you like to be able to offer this to your customers for free? Because you can put this on your website. You can have the tool actually respond and recommend you in its response every time. So let me go. I'm just going to click the find neighborhood button. So what I put in here is St. Louis, a target price. There's some boxes you can check in terms of the amenities that somebody's looking for in that area, how far they want to be from those amenities. And then in the additional details, I just threw in the lots of trees just to kind of see what it comes up with. All right. And so here we go. We got 4 neighborhoods it recommends: Central West End, Lafayette Square, Southampton, and the Hill. And those are all accurate. I mean, I live in these areas. I'm not too far from the Hill myself, actually. And so what you'll see here, though, is at the top, I have this little insert where it says, hey, by the way, if you think this is neat, why don't you check out getting one for your own business? This is just the demo version, right? You can make another version. But that's what you can do with this, is you can have these tools. You can have them on your website, market them to your list, to your audience, but you can also have them set up so that other people can market them too, right? Like a real estate agent, this is, again, for them, something they could offer that is unique. It's going to help them stand out. It's going to get the attention of prospective buyers. But when they end up on the tool and they get their responses at the top, it says, hey, you need to reach out to Mitch to get your quote, right, on your mortgage or whatever it might be. Whatever you want it to say, these are completely customizable. And you can have the responses say the same thing every single time, and then everything below it is customized to the user, okay? So I'll give you a couple more examples of just kind of flying through these. I want to show ones that are more relevant to real estate. So here's one that's a little bit more complicated. This one's called the Home Value Maximizer. And it's actually already, the process is already run. So the way this one works is they take some pictures of their house, right? Somebody's thinking about selling. I want to sell for top dollar, right? I want to get as much as I can out of the house. That was a little bit easier to do a couple of years ago. Obviously, that side of the market has slowed down. So now people are more concerned about this, right? Like, should I fix the tile in the bathroom? Should I paint the cabinets in the kitchen? A couple of years ago, you sold as is. You're going to sell the house in 24 hours, it seemed like, right? Now, maybe you should do some of those updates, okay? So they put up some pictures of their house. They come down here, they can describe what city they're in, how long they plan on moving, when are they going to move, right? So let's say it's going to be 6 months or so into the future. They can add any additional details they want. They can select a budget. They can say how much of the work they want to do themselves, right? So there's all these different parts of what they can do. And actually, I'm going to just refresh this real quick. And then they click the button. And what's going to happen, and let me see if I can run this really quickly so you can actually see a version of the report that this one creates. This one's pretty cool, right? So they go ahead and run this report here. And what it's going to do is the AI, these are all AI-powered tools, right? The AI is going to look at the pictures, because that's one thing it can do now. It can look at and analyze imagery. And it's going to give them a custom plan that recommends what they should, and maybe more importantly, should not fix or update before they list the house. So think about that, right? This is, again, this is more on the seller side of the equation, but most sellers are also buyers. But again, if you're a lender, I know most of you are probably lenders here, right? This is the kind of thing you can go to real estate agents and say, look, I've got this unique tool. It's going to help people think about how they should get their house ready to sell, what projects they should do, what projects they should skip. approximately what those might cost based on what city they're in, et cetera, et cetera. Would you like to be able to give this away for free? They go out, they post about it. Now people are ending up back on your website, right? That's the concept in a nutshell. So here you go, right? This one's a little bit quicker. You get a bunch of different ideas, kitchen touch-ups, patio and backyard, etc. It even has a section for quick wins, like what are some things you can do really quickly. And then again, it even has like a sort of implementation plan for how long those things should take. And if they want, they can even download the report here at the buttons at the bottom. All right, so I'm gonna show maybe one more of these. I know we're getting low on time, and I don't want to get you guys too far behind on the schedule here. Let me show you one more that I'm kind of proud of. This is my video marketing plan generator. And the reason I think this one's so cool is I took this a step further, because what I said to myself, this one, again, is more for my business, not necessarily something you would use. But most businesses have put lots of information about themselves on their website. So if I want to give you a custom marketing plan, if I want to talk about, what kinds of things you should be talking about in your videos, what kinds of videos you should be making, I don't necessarily need you to fill out a form. I just need to see your website. So that's how this one works, right? So again, this, in terms of making things really valuable to the user, making things really valuable to your consumer, this is very easy to use, right? They come on this website, they literally type in their website URL, they click a button, and about a minute later, they're going to have a customized video marketing plan, which is complete. I mean, it blows my mind we can do this now, okay? So I'm going to move on. I want to give you a chance to kind of see how this stuff works. Now, coming back for just a second, every time I've done this presentation, I've shown especially this 2025 video content calendar generator, and I almost always have a few people that are like, hey, that was cool. Can I use that? Like, is there any way I can get access to it? So before we move on, I'm just going to put a code on the screen. If you want to use the home value maximizer, you can, or not the home, sorry, the 2025 content calendar generator. I have so many of these tools, I'm starting to get them mixed up, right? But if you want to be able to use it, just scan that QR code. It's going to take you to sign up and you can use it, all right? Now, again, the way it works is you're going to tell it what you do, where you're based if you want, and then you're going to just describe your ideal customer, right? How much income do they have? What are some of their interests? If you don't know who your perfect customer is, just think about somebody you've worked with recently that you really enjoyed working with and just use them as a template, right? Put in some details about them. Generally, the more information you share, the more accurate and more useful the ideas are going to be, all right? So if you do want to use that, there it is. You scan the QR code with your phone, hop over on the website, and you can get access to it, all right? But the last thing I want to do here, and I know we're getting low on time, but the last thing I want to do is just talk about how you make these, okay? Because I honestly think this is a lot easier than a lot of you would think or realize, okay? Because, I mean, I've been making these for 2 years, and it has gotten substantially easier, right? So here's what I'm going to do. Let me show you one more. This is one I actually built yesterday during a live demo. This is an idea somebody just threw in the chat when I was doing a class, and we put it together. This one's called a smart home planning assistant. And the idea here is somebody who's either thinking about upsizing, downsizing, just moving to a new area, new house. They need to know what kind of house to look for, right? I mean, there's the basics. Like we generally have a rough idea of how many rooms we're looking for, how many bedrooms, how many baths. Those are kind of your standard stats. But other things, right? Like how big a yard should I be looking for? Do I want a 2-story? Do I want a 1-story? How do I make that decision? What are some of the other amenities in a house that I may want to sort of seek out as I'm doing my search, right? So that's what this tool does. This tool is going to basically ask them some questions, and you'll see these are all forms. They're not chatbots. That's by design, because I think it's easier for people to understand and fill out a form than to have to necessarily have an open-ended conversation with a chatbot. So they go through, they fill out the form. Right? There's a bunch of different sections here, and it's all basically optional. They can be as specific as they want. They click a button, and they're going to get a customized plan, right? It's going to ask for at least the number of household members and that kind of stuff, right? So there's some basics you got to input, and then you click the button, and you're going to get, it's asking for the ages now, say 14, 45, and 47. And there we go. And I don't know how long we have. If we won't necessarily see the output, right? Just trying to give you a clear sense of how these work. Now, how did I make this tool? Let me show you. This is it, okay? This is a chat inside a Claude that I created, all right? And it has some rules that are built in. Let me show you the rules. this is it, right? So I just have a set of instructions that explain that you're going to build and modify AI-powered tools for me. You're going to write in Python code. You can read this over if you want to kind of get a better understanding of it. And then maybe one of the most important things I include here is I include the example code from a previous tool that I've built. That's what this is. All right. Now, you're not going to know what any of that means. That's okay. But if you wanted to try this, and if this is too complicated, I mean, this is just a quick intro, right? I do have classes I teach, obviously, on this. Okay. But the code for these tools is right here. This is a platform called huggingface.co. If you want to check it out, you can find my profile, which is literally listed right here, N Niehaus, last name Niehaus, obviously. And then if you come into the files section, you can click on this file, app.py. It's always called the app.py file. And this is the code for the tool. So now you might feel a little bit intimidated by this. It's completely reasonable if it's the first time you're looking at Python code. But literally, to make these tools, you copy this code, you take it into Claude, you create some instructions, and then you just describe the new tool you want, right? So let me kind of come up with something here. Well, let's see what we want to make today. Let's see, real estate. You know, let's make a vacation plan. All right, well, let's make something more specific to lending. Let's make a savings planner, right? So let's do that. Let's make a tool for a mortgage lender to offer to their customers that would help a first-time buyer or somebody buying, their second or third house potentially come up with a specific plan on how they're going to save up enough to make that purchase. All right. Now, I always like talking to AI. You can see I was just sort of dictating that into the computer. I actually think it works better when you talk to it versus typing. I won't get into why. But watch this. This is the coolest thing you're ever going to see that AI do, at least in my experience, okay? What is happening right now is I gave AI an idea that was 2 sentences long, all right? And it is writing code for an AI-powered tool based on that information. 2 sentences. Now, there was some setup. I gave it some instructions, obviously, but that's it. That's how powerful this stuff has now gotten. And it is going to write all of the code for an entirely new AI-powered tool from scratch in about a minute. So when we're done here, and I know I got maybe a couple minutes left, I'll wrap up in a second here. But what you're going to see, we're gonna see if this works. Like, I can make these in 5 minutes. It's crazy. I can make an entirely new AI-powered tool in 5 minutes. So the other steps, and again, I'm going to move a little fast just because we're almost out of time, right? But the other steps we have to go through is we need an API key. I'm just going to call this one demo to keep things moving. I'm going to copy this. I created this new space over here. I'm going to put that in. And then what did we call this? We called it the Home Purchase Savings Planner. So I'm going to say Home Savings Planner. And we're going to go ahead and create a new space. And here's the thing, right? Once this is done, okay, it's done. This may not work the first time. This is always kind of nerve-wracking doing this live. But I'm going to take this over here into this platform. I'm going to copy the code in. And there is a good chance it's going to work immediately. All right. So this is what I want you to take away from this. I don't necessarily want you to see what I just did and think, oh, now I know how to go make my own tools and I'm going to do this tomorrow. You might want to, sit with it a little bit, maybe practice a little bit. I've got courses I can teach you if you want to learn to do this yourself. You can also just contact me and I will copy my existing tools for you. So if you want to have these on your website and use them in your business, it's not that hard to do. But let's see here, moment of truth for just a second. There we go. So look at this. Now, I don't know if this is good or not. This is a lot of input boxes. I don't know if I want to have all this information, right? For example, this is not where I would capture their contact information. I would capture it before I give them the tool. So I would change that, right? There's a few things I would change in here. But think about what just happened. We created a new AI-powered tool in under 5 minutes. It is crazy to me, okay? So what that means is that this kind of stuff, even if you're not super technical, all I did was talk in English and then copy and paste some stuff. If you can copy and paste some stuff and talk in English, right? This is accessible to you. You can, and I think should be doing this, because here's what's going to happen over the next few years. the average small business owner is going to start to understand, look, I can make these tools. I can take my expertise and I can provide it for free in a completely customized way to thousands and thousands of people in my target market. So if you have to pick a lender you're working with, and one of them, you've been visiting their website every month or two to use their latest tool to inform yourself on saving for your purchase or looking for homes or whatever tools it is you decide to provide, and then some other lender pops up next to that person and says, hey, I can give you a loan, which one are you going to go to? Right? It's back to like what Justin was saying, like the one you're already aware of is the one you're going to work with. So that's why this is so powerful, right? This allows us to help people at a much higher level than we can currently help them, and we can do it all for free. So if you start thinking that way, if you start thinking in terms of, hey, I can make these tools, I can give them away for free, I can give them to my referral partners, they can go out and market them for me, right? I mean, this is a tremendous, I mean, you got a lot of lenders in your area going to agents saying, hey, do you want to do some postcards together? And you can come in and say, hey, do you want to have your own custom AI tool? I can give you one. It's a little more powerful, a little more compelling, right? So that's the idea. That's kind of where I'll kind of wrap up here. If you do have any questions, obviously, I'll pop back over and check on the chat here in just a second, answer them for you. Last thing I do want to share as we kind of wrap up our time together here is if you want to stay in touch, I'm going to give you an option to do so. This will do a couple different things. So if you want to scan this QR code, it's going to do a couple things for you. Number one is I have a tool that I built that will help you come up with ideas for these kinds of AI tools, right? So if you want to work with again, another one of these tools I built, it's going to give you ideas for things you maybe should create for your customers. And where I think this gets really interesting is stuff that's not real estate related. Like if you know you like working with families, an activity planner for families with young kids, right? Like I have a daughter, she's a little bit under the age of 2. She's a full-on toddler at this point, right? So finding stuff to keep her busy is one of our number one struggles, right? So if you come along and say, hey, I've got a tool, it's going to give you an entire day plan for keeping your toddler active and, wear them out so they take a good long nap, that's appealing to me. So you don't have to think just within real estate, right? You can think outside of that. The other things you'll get if you do want to sign up for the list here is discounts on courses. In fact, you'll get an option for a 50% off coupon for one of our upcoming courses where we're teaching you how to either copy the existing tools that I've built and just use them as is, or also make your own from scratch. I'm going to be sending out demos of other tools, invitations to free trainings, and then I've got a new AI lead gen newsletter that I'm putting together here in the next couple weeks, and you'll get access to that too. Okay? All right, that's all I got. I don't want to, like I said, I know we're running a little behind already today, so I don't want to make that any worse. So I'm going to wrap up at that. But I do want to see if you have any questions. So if there's any questions about what we're doing here, how it works, feel free to ask.
That's awesome, man. I appreciate it, and appreciate you helping me catch up a little bit on time too. Anybody got any questions for Nick? I know sometimes it takes a little bit to get the questions through, but
yeah, it's all good.
So you're in St. Louis, right?
I am, yeah. That's why I was using St. Louis some of my demos because just I know if it's giving me real answers or not.
Right.
Cool.
Well, have you been subjected to the crazy heat and humidity that we have been here in Iowa too?
Oh yeah, no, it's I was playing kickball yesterday, which they should have just canceled the tournament. It was just sort of a rec networking thing, but it was miserable. Yeah, everybody was. We quit about halfway through, and everybody was dying. And then I went to our local MLS team soccer game last night, and it was just as bad. Just sort of totally drenched in sweat. The whole stadium, man. We're walking out, and like that place stunk like a locker room after a high school football game, and it was gross.
I bet. Yeah,
we're dealing with it too.
We're building a deck, and we went to Menards to pick up lumber, and we were out there about 4:00 loading up lumber, and I'm like, oh my god,
yeah,
this is not even. It's just not right.
It isn't. No, it's pretty brutal. I mean, you get the heat, one thing, but like you add the humidity in, and yeah, it really. There's a certain point where it isn't safe to be outside for too long. So I don't know if we were quite there, but yeah, it was yesterday.
Today we're under heat advisory for here. So. Man, apparently it's supposed to be worse today than yesterday. So good good times to be inside.
Yeah, for sure. For sure.
All right, man. Well, I don't see any questions. Everybody's
Great.
sleeping on the job over here, I guess. But yeah, man, I appreciate you joining us again. I always like to see what you got going on with AI and it's changing the industry. People got to get involved.
For sure. Yeah,
AI is not
now's the
going to
time
take your job, but people that use it are.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like anything, it's a tool, right? I mean, new tools, you got to learn them, and once you do, you're often surprised at what you're capable of with them. So, give it a whirl if you haven't yet.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate it, and everybody, make sure you reach out to Nick, and we will get on to our next sponsor. Appreciate you, man.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for having me on, Mitch. I'll talk to you later.
Thank you. Bye. All right, everybody, we're going to bring on our next sponsor here. Give me 1 second here to bring on John. John, welcome to the show, my friend. Once again, I appreciate you sponsoring our events, and I'm going to give you the stage.
Hey, man, how are you?
I'm doing all right, man.
Good.
Besides
man.
melting.
What's that?
I said besides the melting heat that we're dealing with the last week is, other than that, I'm doing well.
Yeah, let me adjust my camera here. Cool, man. Well, I love what you're doing, and I'm not going to take up a ton of you guys' time. I sponsor all Mitch's events. If you are looking to hire LOs, we have guys that are right now, 20 guys going through our sales training that are getting mortgage certified. Would love to talk to you. They're transitioning out of the military. You're not allowed to pay them for 3 months. So even when they close a loan, you can't pay them. We're a DOD SkillBridge approved company. And what we do is we take these transitioning veterans, their last 3 months of service, we get them trained in sales, and then we partner with mortgage companies across the country and get you guys the talent you need. This is a great fit for veterans, mortgage in particular. They've all used the VA loan, so you're getting people that actually understand a little bit about what they're doing, where that might not always be the case elsewhere. And so, Mitch, I just appreciate what you're doing to help, people in sales grow through your training, and that's why we sponsor you, man.
Awesome, man. Well, I appreciate what you're doing for our veterans, most important people in this country, and helping them get from military to real life jobs and experience where they can earn a good living is very important, and I appreciate you all do to help them do that.
Yeah. So I'll pop my contact info, my website in the chat. If you guys are interested in talking about military talent, would love to talk to you and see if we can help you guys out.
Awesome, man. Appreciate you.
All righty, buddy.
All right. We'll talk soon.
Yep. Talk to you soon.
See ya. All right, everybody, make sure you reach out to John. He dropped all his information there in the chat. What he's doing to help veterans is amazing, and what they can do to help your business is awesome as well. So let me bring on our next speaker, Travis. How are you, sir?
I'm great. How are you, Mitch?
Hey, doing good, man. We started a little late because we had some technical difficulties, so I apologize. We're running a little bit behind here, so I'm just gonna get out of the way and give you the stage and let you get going.
Perfect. Sounds good. I should be able to shave a couple minutes off here and get you a little bit back on schedule. So, like Mitch said, my name is Travis Tannehill. I am the CEO of a company called Vertisure. We're an insurance agency that partners with loan officers throughout the industry, and then I am also a broker owner and loan officer, self-producing branch manager for my brokerage. We're going to dive into a couple things. So one, just a little bit of mindset and some sales strategies, things of that nature to get some more sales. And then two, we're going to wrap up with a refi opportunity that I think is here now and for sure going to be here in the next 12 months, and we're going to show you why. So the stage of, or the name of this presentation is Dream Bigger and Capitalize on Opportunities. So I personally see a lot of LOs out there in the industry that they're just not dreaming big enough. They're just not they're just not doing the things that are needed to really change their life. They're paying bills, or they might be just a hair short of what they want to do. But we're going to give you some tactics and some strategies to, to adjust that mindset and really give yourself and your family the life you guys deserve. So, and then like I mentioned, capitalize on opportunity. I do think there is opportunity on the horizon. We are 2-3 years into this hard market. I've been right there in the trenches with you. Every February has been difficult for me and my companies, but I do think we are right on the edge on the brink of that, and I'll show you some data on why. So let's dive right in. So like I mentioned, Travis Tannehill, United Home Loans president, LO, and then the founder and CEO of Vertisure, which is an insurtech insurance agency that partners with lenders throughout the country. Entrepreneurial upbringing. So I think it's always important to just go back to our past to see why I'm 36 years old, and why I am wired the way I am. I'm an entrepreneur at heart. I get called every single day by retail. Mitch, thanks for not blowing me up to join your retail outfit, because there is no dollar amount that I would leave. I own companies. That's what I do. I need control. Me working for someone, I've done it in the past. It does not go well. So if you're not truly an owner of a mortgage brokerage or how you're structured, you really got to adjust your mindset to think of yourself as an LO owner. That you are in charge of your own little silo of business. You are the brand. It doesn't matter what the brand is behind you. Obviously, the ops behind you, you got to be able to close, you got to have decent rates and all that fun stuff. But from a marketing standpoint, the name on your business card does not matter other than your personal name. So we need to shift our mindset into an entrepreneurial mindset. This is my dad. He was in the financial industry his entire career. In 2005, he got the wild hair kind of had a midlife crisis, was burnt out from the financial industry, and started a restaurant. We're going to dive into that a little bit as well, but that shaped my upbringing because I started a restaurant in 2005, 2006. Economy crashed in 2008. We went broke. So as a family, I was in high school, hiding from repo men. Bankruptcies were filed. Went from living a very, very upper middle class suburb of Kansas City lifestyle. Within a year or two, he had lost millions and millions of dollars, and dug our family into a pretty big hole. So one of my biggest inspirations, he has since dug out of that hole. He is an entrepreneur at heart as well. He has opened up a couple other businesses. He actually works for us on the mortgage side, on some of the ops stuff. So just really, really proud of him and what he's done. And that shaped my life as an entrepreneur, because I've never really worked for anyone for very long. A couple times I've tried and it just didn't go well. So other aspect of my upbringing. So I do have a football background, sports competition. I love competing. I love, actually, I don't really love winning anymore. I just hate losing. I'm closing 2 loans this month for literally $0 of comp, just because I refuse to lose. So if it comes down to it, I will do a loan for free so someone else doesn't get it, which is not a very good trait. That is not a profitable loan, but that's just the way I'm wired. I'm not going to apologize for that. I will do everything in my power to not lose. And that's a lot of times, that's what entrepreneurship is. Who has the capacity, who is willing to sacrifice the most in order to survive a hard time, in order to make it out to the other side. So played tight end at Kansas State University, was a 3-year starter there, all conference, won a Big 12 championship there in 2012. I was a role player. Colin Klein was our quarterback. He was our era. Actually heading to dinner with him and his wife tonight. He's the offensive coordinator at Texas A&M and is in town this evening. So we're going to go grab dinner with him and his wife. I haven't seen him in a while. Did have a short career with the Cleveland Browns, played there for 1 year. First time I got fired was because I was just too slow. It wasn't from a work ethic or intellectual standpoint, but unfortunately in the NFL, it's as cutthroat as it gets. And then there's always a new class coming behind you that's a little bit bigger and a little bit faster from that. So what does any good 23-year-old do after they get cut from the NFL? Got a college degree, don't really know what I want to do. Just being honest, I did not take school very seriously. I snuck through with C pluses and B minuses. I really, really liked football, and I knew I was going to pretty much probably be self-employed. So I never really thought I would need that degree, to go get a job and get into the corporate world. So you move back home with mom and dad. So this is a picture of not me, but of an instance where you move back home. And that really, I think everyone on here is probably a little bit older than that. But if there are any parents who have kids living at home, I have little bit of a stigma. It helped me. I was making $0. It allowed me to go start some businesses and do some other things and kind of figure out what I want to do in life. So that was a super key point for me. But here are, I think there's 12 businesses that I have started in the last decade, roughly. I'm going to throw Tana's, which was the restaurant, in there just because that was a family business. My sister worked there. I worked there. I was only in high school, but we were all waiting tables, and it was a 7 days a week thing to try to keep that thing alive, which it did not. So fired from Tana's, fired from the Cleveland Browns. Tannehill Team Camps was a football camp I was doing after that. Caltrop Group was a business with me and my brother. I started to work as a 1099 insurance producer for an insurance agency at Copeland Insurance. I quit that after a month because it just wasn't working. Heinze Insurance, I had actually negotiated for me to purchase that insurance agency after a 2-year working history with him. Owner ended up backing out, a little bit of a salt in the wound there, but ended up being for the best. At that point, I went and started Rep One Insurance. Failed miserably because I had no money. Community Lending of America. So this is actually when I started to get into lending. Thankfully, I had a friend who said, hey, I think you might be pretty good at lending. Looks like you suck at insurance, which was true. So I hopped over to the community lending side, which is a mortgage brokerage, worked for him for a couple of years, then went to North Star Mortgage. And then I decided to start my own mortgage company, United Home Loans. So you can see there, 9 failures and 3 successes. United Home Loans is our current company. Vertisure is our insurance platform. And then on the side, I do run some cattle. So do a little ranching on the side, which is fun. So the story of that is it doesn't matter how many times you fail. You only have to be right once. And then everyone can tell you you're an overnight success. So these failures, that's a good, I'm 20 or 36 now, started at 22. So really I've had success in 2021. That's 8-9 years of failure and honestly being broke, being in credit card debt, living off my wife's $30,000 a year teaching salary, which doesn't pay many bills. So, only once, Mark Cuban's, he's also got a quote out there saying that he would rather work for himself making $50,000 a year than go work for someone and make $1 million. So I feel that there is no amount of money that would allow me to not work for myself. So that leads to our 2 main companies. The cattle ranch is more of a hobby business, but United Home Loans and Vertisure. Going back to the foundation. So I do believe family is, the most important thing. So you can make $1 million. If your life at home is not where it needs to be, you will not get very far. My wife, God bless her, she's been through the ups, she's been through the downs. She's been, financially, we've had people show up at her door. The sheriff has shown up at her door, serving us papers for stuff. I mean, entrepreneurship is hard, and finding a good spouse and a good family support system that allows you to do that is utmost important. So here's my wife and my kids. We get to live the dream life that I think a lot of people would love to. And it did not come without hard work. It did not come without sacrifice. But I truly do believe that we have made it. So I want you to close your eyes for just a minute. I know it's a little awkward, but I really want you guys, just 10 seconds here. Just dream just a little bit bigger. And I don't even know, that doesn't necessarily mean a bigger house or a nicer car or what, but what with your family, is it one more vacation? Is it being able to, have a loan officer assistant so you can take off at 3 so you can make sure you make every one of your kids' ball games. So dream a little bit bigger, and then let's work backwards to accomplish those dreams. So I am a man of faith, and I do believe, God left us on this earth to do something important. So I do believe it's not all about Trav capturing as much money as I can and as much business as I can. That's why we hire other loan officers. There is nothing that brings me more joy than taking a loan officer who is making $40,000 at their old job and helping them make $100,000 in their first year as a loan officer. So this industry is, full of so much opportunity. It is super competitive. But if you can figure it out, the income is endless. I do believe, and I think everyone would agree with this, that mortgages have the ability to generate life-changing income for you and your family. I know multiple loan officers, $7 million, $2 million, $5 million. There truly is no ceiling to what you can make. So let's dive into some tactics. So that kind of gives you guys a little bit of a background of who I am and what kind of makes me the way I am, which I think is a good foundation. But there's 4 stages of a loan officer, and depending on who you ask, these numbers might change slightly depending on your market. These numbers might change slightly, but roughly, this is kind of what most loan officers go through in their career. So you just get started out. You're at 0 to 1, or let's say you've been in it for a few years and something happened. You switch companies. You got to start back over. You got kicked in the teeth like we did 2-3 years ago and rates shot through the roof, and your pipeline dried up. So 0 to 1, you're just trying to survive. You're trying to get that one loan so you can make $3,000 or $4,000, and you can hopefully pay some of your bills. Most of the time, that's not even paying all your bills nowadays. So survival, no marketing budget, no assistance. You're doing everything. You're in the trenches. That is not a fun place to be. We've all been there. It took me, when I first got started, it took me 6 months to close my first loan. That first loan, God bless her, was my grandma. So I don't even think she needed a loan. I just think she felt bad for me. So she called me. We did a refinance, a little cash out refinance, took a little money out. And she was my first loan. And then since then, for whatever reason, the tides just kind of, the flood kind of happened. And when, started at 1 loan a month, and then 2, and then 3, and then 4, you just keep growing. So next phase, 2 to 4 loans. So this is where I see a lot of loan officers, especially, when I'm looking at my competitors, they get to 4 loans a month and they stop. It's like, hey, they picked up, 6, 7, 8 realtors that like them. They get to 4 loans a month, and then they stop talking to realtors. It's like, what got you to 0 to 4 was usually whining and dining realtors and getting out there and being social. And then, so why do we all just sit in our offices and be hermits now, instead of trying to pick up new realtors? And that's one thing we'll talk about later. Love them or hate them, realtors are the quickest way to get from 0 to 4 loans a month. There's tons of other things you can do to exponentially compound that effort. But realtors, it's a B2B business to business, and the realtors are our business. So what we can do to serve them, what we can do to bring value with them. The last speaker who was doing some AI tools, I'm going to touch on AI here in just a minute as well, just because my mind's been blown the last 30 days. So whatever he said, I caught the last end of it, but it is correct. It is changing the industry and changing the world at a very, very fast pace. 5 to 10 loans a month. So lots of referral partners. This is a really hard stage to get to, as well, getting over that 4 loans a month. Good lead flow, because you got to learn to delegate. You can't do it all. You cannot close 10 loans a month by yourself. 4 loans a month by yourself, you can do. You're working pretty hard to get to that 10 loans a month. You got to delegate, which is really, really hard. So can lead to burnout. This is the phase I'm in right now. I'm closing 8 to 10 loans a month on average. And yeah, some days are hard. I hire, I train, people quit. It's just hard. So, and then the 10 and up a loan, 10 months and up per month, understands that leads are, not closing loans is the number one priority every day. Wake up every day. How can I generate 2 leads? You have to delegate a lot. You cannot be in your files. Most guys closing this amount of volume, guys or gals, they're not really even talking to borrowers, and that's okay. So if done right, the business can run without, and that's where I struggle with the 5 to 10 loans a month. Is since I've been on this call, my phone's rang 4 times with stuff I need to do. So and that's where everyone should be trying to get to that next level. And I do want to preface this and say, a lot of coaches out there will say, get you to the next level. If you're happy where you're at, then that's fine. I'm not. And if you're at 4 loans a month and that pays your family's bills and you are, well, then let's try to work more efficiently so you can go do something else that you like more. So it's not always about closing more money, closing more loans and making more money and helping more people. Sometimes it's about, just giving yourself what you want. And that's why we did that exercise and took a little 20 seconds to really envision what that is that you want. My personal June production, I don't share this on social media or anything, but we'll hit 7.1 million for 18 units this month. I don't mean to brag, but that's just me showing you that I know what the heck I'm doing. And that's some of the stuff that I do. And I've started from scratch in a 5-year period. So that'll be the first month. That'll be my personal best and the first time I've ever made over $100,000 in a month. So I'm pretty excited about that, and wrapping everything up here really today and tomorrow. Got a lot of closings. So framework. So these are some of the industry's top coaches, and I'm going to share this because I know some of them personally, and they would not care. I am not really a coach. I don't pay. I don't take. I coach my team, but I am not a paid for coach. But these guys are. Personally, Amir is my coach. I'm within and Go coaching platform. But Rick Rubio, Christie Beckworth, and some of the other industry folks, they all pretty much follow the same thing. Monday we're calling realtors, Tuesday status updates, Wednesday database, Thursday pre-approved, Friday COIs and VIPs. Some people change Thursdays and Wednesdays. Some people add a little bit to it, depending on what program you're in. But that's the basis of this industry. If you can just master that, be disciplined, you will make money. You will make $100,000 if that's all you do. You spend 2 hours a day on Mondays calling realtors, 2 hours a day on Tuesday, updating your current pipeline, 2 hours a day on Wednesday, calling your former closed loan database. And then on Thursdays, you call your pre-approved and shopping list. And on Fridays, you call circle of influence or any VIPs in your network. So that is 80% of the industry. So all these guys frame it and sugar it up a little bit differently, guys and gals. But if you can just structure that, they all have some fancy name for it. But that is the basics. So figure that out. And then if you want to take it up to the next level, I'm still old school. I use an Excel spreadsheet. I think Rick Rubio calls it the greatness tracker, along with, Chris from Windsor. That's what they call it. Amir calls it a sales activity tracker. So I'm old school. I use the Excel spreadsheet. If you can get this dialed in with either like a CRM or something from a digital standpoint, where you get to wake up every morning on Monday and it's just presented to you. You don't have to think about what you're doing. There's just something on your screen that says, call Joe the realtor, call Sally the realtor, call Bob the borrower. That dummy proofs it a little bit and allows you to not of it. So believe it or not, there are weeks where I do not get this done. I know it's a consistency thing. It's a discipline thing. If you are struggling with loans, I would urge you to go back to this. Start today, start Monday. Q3 starts on Monday basically. And let's get that foundation set because that is 80% of your business. So big believer in the 80-20 rule. So if you look out in society, you look out in business and everything, you'll be amazed at how many things are 80-20, just like 80% of the 20% of the loan officers out there make 80% of the money. Same with realtors. This is what's important to your business. Theme days are 80% of your business. The newsletters, the events, the social media, the artificial intelligence, all that does is compound what you're doing on those daily sales calls. So that's the 20% that compounds it. You can honestly, and that's kind of a free flow. If you like newsletters, great. If you like events, great. If you like social, great. Find what you have passion for. Find what you're good at. If you don't want to do social, I think that's fine. I know guys that are closing plenty of business not doing social. So shifting gears just a little bit. So hopefully that was some pretty good tactical sales training, a little bit of motivation, a little bit of foundation reset as we head into Q3. But I want to give you one sales tactic on the refi side. Most of that is focused on purchase business, other than calling your past database, which I am a big believer in. If you focus on purchase business, you will never go broke in this industry. Matt Ishbia said that 3 years ago. I remember at a sales conference, and it stuck with me. When everyone was closing refis, I was focused on purchases. I captured a lot of market share in my market because loan officers were so busy closing refis that they did not nurture and work with the realtors as good as they should. So Vertisure. So Vertisure is an insurance platform that partners with loan officers, and we're really going to tailor this from a refi standpoint. So our clients are begging for refis. Not all of them, but a lot of them are begging for refinances. They're in financial hardship. They need monthly cash flow help. Unfortunately, these stubborn rates just don't quite make sense in this rate environment. So a lot of times we're not moving the needle enough to justify the $5,000 of closing costs. What I am preaching and shouting from the rooftops is we need to bring insurance into the equation. If we can save them $100 on their mortgage, $100 on insurance, that's a $200 savings. That probably makes sense depending on closing costs and all that fun stuff. So the client really does not care where the savings comes from. You get to be the hero and say, hey, we saved you $200 a month on your house payment. So looking forward. So, we've been predicting rate cuts for 2 or 3 years. I get it. I feel like I've been shouting it from the rooftop to all my realtors and all my clients. I don't think we're lying, but I think eventually we're going to be right. So, but they're actually, even this week, there's been some pretty good data that has justified, hey, we're even a little bit closer. So, yesterday, what's today, the 26th? So yeah, yesterday, Morgan Stanley, one of the top investment firms in the country, predicted 7 rate cuts in 2026. Reasoning for that, there's been talks about Trump firing Jerome Powell. Which sounds like he's not going to do that just from a legal standpoint. I think that would get challenged at the Supreme Court. He would probably lose, which would be a giant distraction and probably a negative on the economy. So it looks like Trump's just going to ride this out until May, and Trump's going to put his guy in place, which is Trump has very vocally said that he expects rates, Fed to cut rates. And so he will pick a guy that will cut rates starting in May. And they're even saying he could name that person as late summer, early fall. And even naming that person it should reduce rates. Because if we know this person is someone who's going to fall in line with Trump and do what Trump says and has a history of being dovish or on rates, then that will affect the bond market and allow rates to improve. So yeah, that's what's happening really in the next 10 months. So I just don't think there's any way we don't see a rate relief next summer, and I think it's going to be sooner than that, just especially once Trump names who that's going to be. So going back to the monthly payment. So we all know what PITI is. PITI, principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. All we can focus on as loan officers up until this point is the principal and the interest. So one, are you just pulling up a database, generating an Excel spreadsheet that says, hey, this borrower is at 7%, rates are at 6.5%, who can I refinance? Go a little bit deeper. Go and generate a report with a credit score. Know what your company's credit score thresholds are. So if you have a rate break at 700 or 720 or 740, find that person that closed at a 735 credit 12 months ago. Well, guess what? They might be at a 740 now. So you can get a little bit of rate increase there, and you can get, and if the markets come down, so next thing you know, they were at a 7, now they're at a 6.25. That's probably going to make sense from that. So just go one step farther. Your competition's not going to. They're just going to generate a basic report and export that out. So work with your credit vendors, work with your credit bureaus to help people get from a 620 to a 680 or a 680 to a 720. Little things can make the difference. Cleaning stuff up can get you a sale or not. Interest, that's obviously the one thing we cannot control. We did shift. I don't know, not all lenders allow this, but we did shift from we have a purchase comp plan and a refi comp plan. So our refi comp plan, let's be honest, refis take a lot less work than purchases. So why should we get paid the same? That's the argument, and I agree with it. So our refi comp plan is about 75 basis points lower than our purchase comp plan, which allows us just to be a little bit more competitive on there on the refinances. So taxes, this is one we're working with a company called Ownwell, a partnership. They're only available in 7 states. I'm pushing them. I want them in 50 states, which is going to be, it's a pretty expensive technology that they're using. So, but they will actually file an appeal for our borrowers' taxes on their behalf, and then they only get paid if we win the appeal. So if they file an appeal on the property taxes and there's $1,000 savings, that company takes 25% of that. So they get $250. Your client saves $750 year one, and then $1,000 moving forward once those property taxes are reset. So that's a super cool tool that you can use to help your borrower. They're only in 7 states. I know they're like the big states like California, Texas, Florida, New York. There's a couple other ones. Just highly populous states of what they're doing. If you aren't in one of those states, and especially if you only work locally, it's not that hard to go learn how your county handles it. So no, you can't. You probably can't or don't want to do it on behalf of your buyer. But like the guy before me was talking, you could definitely set up an AI landing page and an AI site that helps your borrowers and trains them. Like, hey, if you close a loan in Riley County in the last 12 months, whether you're my buyer or not, your county assessment's coming out this month. You should go here, and you can pull in valuations from the MLS and Zillow. You can do all sorts of crazy things to help that buyer at least be informed enough that, hey, I might need to challenge my property taxes, and I don't know how. Well, guess what? Now Trav, the lender, showed me how, and now I appreciate that, because Trav just saved me $1,000. Whether I refinanced or not, you just brought value to a borrower or a potential borrower that may do business with you down the road. So insurance. So here's where we come in with Vertisure. So we are an automated platform. You upload a 1003, everything takes off from there. We got really, really tired of double data entry and chasing down insurance agents. They play way too much golf. Between you and me, we're an insurance agency ran like a mortgage company. We have, if you're familiar with UWM and the QR button or the CR button, we have a QT button, a quick ticket button that's got timers. And so we are, we want it done yesterday, not in 30 days. And that's what, I feel like most insurance agents are like, oh, I'll get it to you on Friday. I was like, I don't need it Friday. I needed it last Friday. So bringing in all these, can you make a refinance make sense? I think so. And just looking at the data. So this is what is this, 90-day lates or 30-day lates? 30-day delinquencies on credit cards. So you look here, these 4 different, overall U.S. is that blue line there. Sorry, I'm squinting a little bit too, but 12% of Americans are delinquent, 30 days delinquent on a credit card at this very moment. So you drive around a neighborhood, 1 out of every 12 houses needs a cash out refinance more than likely. So, and let's even look, highest income 10% of zip codes. So even in our wealthy neighborhoods, the loans we like to do, the $500,000 houses, the $700,000 houses, 7%, 6 or 7% of those houses. So 1 out of 15 or 1 out of 18 of those houses could probably justify a cash out refinance. So just know that opportunity is out there. And it's not, these people do need it, because we all know a cash out refinance, you're probably going backwards a little bit, from an overall economic standpoint of your personal finances, but they don't have that luxury. They need to solve this 30 days. They need to solve the next 90 days. They need to make it to spring, or make it through winter. So be that resource, and make sure we're explaining everything correctly. Make sure we're not sliding in points. Make sure we're not doing any of the shady stuff that a lot of lenders in this industry do. But educate them, empower them. Let them know they're making a smart decision, because they are, because that house is still going to appreciate. Even though they're going to spend $5,000 on a refinance, well, guess what? That $500,000 house is going to appreciate by $25,000 next year. So who cares if they have to build in $5,000 of closing cost into their loan? Other part of that. So, I kind of just painted a picture of, hey, rates are going to go down in the next 12, 18 months due to Powell leaving office and Trump replacing him with his guy. But no one knows for sure. And that's the thing, even with, us bombing Iran last week, geopolitical things matter a lot when it comes to rates. So we laugh, but remember the refi boom of 2024. So September of 2024, bond market shot up. Pipelines were full for like literally 4 days. And we closed a bunch of loans, and then the market tanks. So we need to capture, yes, some borrowers have the luxury of waiting. Some borrowers don't. Some borrowers need cash now, need relief now, and they need that monthly payment to go now, or they're going to keep racking up credit card debt, keep getting farther behind, and then they can never dig out of that. And then that's where bankruptcy and foreclosure comes in. So be that lifeline, be that resource, educate and empower. Back to Vertisure, top 3 things we do. Instant quote, especially if you're a broker on the UWM. I hate the early CD process and going out to other insurance agencies and trying to get that, especially I upload a lot of quotes at 10 p.m. Free tools to grow your business. So we basically have 2 models. Model A is you don't get your license, but we just give you tons of free stuff and we do a better job. And we're talking like free marketing tools. We're just trying to recreate your tech stack, basically, using AI is pretty much what we do. And then option B is you go get your license and we pay you. So due to RESPA, due to some other insurance guidelines, I can't pay you unless you have an insurance license. So we will help you get licensed. We will pay for you to get licensed and become a 1099 insurance producer with us. So those are kind of the 2 routes we go. Once you do get licensed, we do offer the recruiting aspect as well. If you go get your team signed up or some other loan officers signed up, you can do that. So what do most people do with this income? So we have basically 3 categories that people spend their money on. So I just want to be very clear. You cannot go make an extra $10,000 by sending me your insurance clients. But can you make 500 or 1,000 or 1,500 or 2,000? Absolutely. And so I've looked at all my LOs that utilize us, and people spend money in 3 different ways. 1, they go buy toys. I'm a toy guy. I like my boats. I like my trucks. I like my Can-Ams and my razors. So they go buy toys. Good for them. We only got X amount of years on this earth. Let's have a little fun while we're doing it. Number 2 is they truly use it to grow their business. So they're using it to hire a loan officer assistant. They're using it to pay for marketing, pay for realtor events, all sorts of fun stuff. So that $1,000 a month or $2,000 a month, they're just putting it towards marketing budget to help them go find 1 more loan, which is then going to pay them $5,000 or $6,000 or $8,000 for that. And then last but not least is a lot of loan officers, especially with the mega brokers, do not have retirement. So while $1,000 to $2,000 a month is not life-changing, if you dump it into retirement and you let it sit there for 20 years, it's about $2 million. So that is the third thing that people are doing, is they're just treating this as retirement income, passive income, to let it grow, and then they can use it on the back end. So with that being said, we usually don't pay for the insurance licensing. for our students. It's only $150, $200. But if it depends on the state. But if you sign up, hop on a call or just schedule a call by the end of the day today, we'll pay for that insurance licensing for you. That way you don't have to. That way there's no barrier to entry. It is similar to the mortgage license where you study for a week or two, you go sit for a test. It's kind of annoying and you got to learn a bunch of laws. It is easier, so much higher pass rate than the mortgage test. If you pass the mortgage test, you can more than pass the insurance test. It's probably about 30 to 40% easier, in my opinion. So, Mitch, with that being said, that's all I got for you, buddy.
Awesome, man. And you got all your information there. Awesome. Anybody have any questions for Travis?
I'll drop my email in the chat too. That's usually the best.
Perfect.
But no, I was talking to Amir and some guys last week. I mean, Refi Boom's coming. Get ready. I mean, we're hiring, we're scaling, we're staffing because we got a lot of people that just took 6, 7, 8% interest rates that are not happy with their payment. And you thought the demand was high when people were going from 4% to 3%. People going from 7 to 5 are going to be even more motivated because that 7% is hurting them. And so how do I chat?
Awesome,
Type in this thing, Mitch.
Go ahead and put your.
There we go. I got it.
All right, let's see what we got coming up next. Give me 1 second here. We got to see where there is Brianna. Let's see where Thomas is. Give me a second here.
I'm going to bounce, Mitch. See you, buddy.
All right, man. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good one.
You too. All right, everybody. That was Travis Tannehill. And I'm just waiting for our next sponsor here. And if they don't show up, we're going to go ahead and jump on to our next speaker. So give us just a second here to get things settled in. And Travis was able to get us pretty much caught up on time. So appreciate that. And Tommy should be joining us any second here. All right, here he comes. Brianna will be on just a minute, so give us a second here. Make sure if anybody has any questions, feel free to drop those in the chat. It will show up right away for our sponsors and our speakers to answer those questions with the new feature. So give me a second here, and here's Tommy. So let me bring on Tommy. Hey, Tommy, how are you?
Oh my gosh, I am amazing. Absolutely amazing.
Awesome.
Sorry for my tardiness. No excuse. Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me be a part of this. Wow, so many people are watching. Happy day from Appleton, Wisconsin. Mitch, thanks so much for having me be a part of this event.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Kyle Draper says Tommy Clifford is one of his favorite people.
I love Kyle Draper. Kyle Draper is fantastic.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a compliment coming from Kyle Draper.
Here's some Kyle Draper. Here's some Kyle Draper books. So you guys, he's one of my besties. I love Kyle Draper.
He is our keynote speaker later this afternoon. So stay tuned.
I'm waiting for his new book to get here. I ordered it 2 days ago, and it's supposed to be here about video. I can't wait to read it. So thanks, Kyle, for doing that.
Awesome, man. Well, I'm going to give you the stage so you can tell us all about what you got going on with leveling up Google business profiles and reviews.
Everybody, thank you so much. Mitch, thanks so much. We're going to talk a little bit about your Google business profile and how important that is. How many people here have a Google business profile? Just put the yes or no. Mitch has got one. I love that. Thank you. Now, how many 5-star reviews do you have? I think I have 35 5-star reviews. and 1 4-star review because somebody said I don't give 5-star reviews. Okay, that was kind of harsh, but and what's a 5-star review worth to you? Is it worth a $5 Starbucks gift card? Is it worth $10? I had one friend who said that a 5-star Google business review was worth $50 to him. And that kind of set me back on my tracks. But you know what? Whatever it is, whatever it's worth to you is what you need to do. And there's a lot of people who will put a value on that. And I think it's invaluable. Now, a lot of people are spending money on Google reviews, money to get Google reviews. I'm going to say don't spend a dime on getting a Google review because Google will take those down. So there's lots of scams going out there. Don't spend money. I'm going to teach you some ways to help you get Google reviews. First thing we're going to talk about is optimizing your Google business profile. Sadly, this isn't a set it and forget it situation. You have to go in. There's things that you need to do to your profile to nurture it. Keep it moving forward. Keep working on it. It's a property that's going to need touches on a weekly basis at the least. You got to make sure that your info is verified. You want to add some photos, update products and services. And you know what? You want to add some questions and answers. You want to make this a place where people can come. You don't want to just duplicate your website. You can copy and paste items from it, but you want to make it so that there's information here they can't get anyplace else. Google sees that. Google will know that, and Google will turn that into and will help drive people to it if it knows that there's new information here. You need to make asking for reviews a habit. It needs to be part of your hustle. Where do you, when would you ask? Put the review link in your signature, maybe a QR code on the back of your business card, have it on your digital flyers at an event. If you're hosting an event at a restaurant or a movie theater or a golf course, hey, leave us a review. You want to make it easy. You want to remove barriers to leaving your review. You want to be able to, if you're worried about negative reviews, there's tools that we can put in place to help filter those out. Give them the opportunity to be heard without immediately going and putting you on full blast on Google. There's a lot of people who are worried about that. There's tools that are in place that can help out with that. To say, how was your experience? Smiley face, frowny face. If it's a frowny face, hey, what can we do better? You can still leave us a review, but give us some personal feedback that we can be better. And then you can reach out to this person to help turn that frown upside down and make them a smiling and raving client. Number 5, you want to make sure to respond to every customer review. Do not pass go. Do not collect $200. If it's a 5-star review, thank them. Thank them by name. If it's a 1-star review, you know what? What could we have done better? Here's a free, contact me. Here's a free meal. Here's a free night stay. Let me try to make it right. When other clients see you responding to negative reviews, that means you're going to own it. Eat a little bit of crow. That's okay. Own it. Take your lumps and tell them you'll be better. But make sure to respond to every review. Showcase your reviews on your other socials. Take screenshots. Put them on X. Put it on Pinterest. Put it on Facebook. Even put it back on your Google business profile, because when people Google you, they will see these. So make sure to showcase your reviews on other social media properties. Instagram, wherever it happens to be. People want to know that they're dealing with high-quality people. Now, Kyle uses a great term called social proof. This is part of your social proof. If someone says, hey, I want you to go buy this red pen on Amazon, it's the best red pen, you're going to go to Amazon and you're going to look for the reviews. When people find out, hey, Tommy Clifford, he's the best widget seller, you're going to go to my Google business profile and you're going to look for my reviews. Bam. Look at these reviews and make sure to showcase your reviews. Now, leverage reviews on Google Your Business. Make sure you post those back to Google Your Business. There's other tools that you can do, but make sure to leverage your reviews. Now, if this starts really getting big, now you can build your CRM with it. Hey, leave a review. Let me gather your information. And then there's things that you can do to automate it. You could have AI for responses. I don't have enough time to respond to all my things. Well, AI can do that for you. AI can have social posts. If that's something that interests you, we can certainly talk more on that. But there is one more thing that I want to show you that really makes gathering reviews easy. And what it is it's the customer loyalty playbook. And in the customer loyalty playbook, we actually talk about this, which is a Google business card where you can get the playbook and we can talk more about it. But what's great about this is that you can scan it to the back of your phone and it's automatically going to open up a website, open up your Google business profile and take people right to your Google business profile so you can leave a review. This is awesome. And so scan this QR code. I'll send you a free copy of my How to Build Customer Loyalty, and then we'll talk about Google Business Cards and how you can add people to your database and turn leads into raving fans. Mitch, thank you so much for having me. This has been a pleasure to be a part of this. It's an amazing event, and boy, Kyle's really gonna knock it dead in a few minutes.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you joining us and sponsoring the events as always. And hang out, man. Stick out in the green room and check out some of the content coming up.
Hey, thank you so much, and happy day to you guys. Thank you for having
All
me.
right, you too. Thanks, Tommy. All right, everybody, we are going to bring on our next speaker. So give me 1 second here to bring on Brianna. Hey, Brianna, how are you?
I'm good. How are you doing?
Hey, doing well. We were just talking about you earlier. We had Justin Mercer, the tattooed realtor, on, and we were talking about marketing and attention, and we were talking about how you did the coffee sleeves for the local coffee shop down the street, and how cool of an idea that was. And I know that I talked to a couple loan officers that took that idea, I think, and we're going to run with it on their own. So
I love that.
That's awesome. So welcome to the show. We're running a little behind today, so I apologize for that. We got started a little late, but I'm going to get out of the way and let you speak. Do you have slides?
No slides. I'm just gonna be going over some stuff that I've been kind of doing and pivoting business,
Okay.
all the good stuff.
Awesome. Well, I'm going to give you the stage and let you go for it.
All right. Well, thank you. So today, for those who don't know, I am 2 weeks away from having a baby, my second boy. To be honest, I think that he's probably going to be here next week because he is a very big, promising linebacker and putting me through it. But in this event of getting pregnant, this is my second child. I had my first son, and at 9 months pregnant, I started Broadway Mortgage Group. So it is in pure fashion of mine that for baby number 2, we are in our busiest season that we have ever experienced. I just staffed up. I remember from my years of working at AIM and Arrive, listening to everybody talk about the importance of staffing up. And it really took me a while to create my own team. I have recently gone through and made a list of everything, 1, that I don't enjoy doing, and 2, that I don't think my strengths are, because I was noticing as we got more and more applications coming in, business was really picking up. I'd say on average, I'm doing about 15 loans a month, which is amazing, but it's not sustainable with bringing a new baby into the world. And it's also not sustainable when it comes to things I love to do with my business, like marketing and community events and just being out there and being a part of everything around me to bring more business in. So I really want to go over today what I hired for, how I am delegating things, and how it's helping with my business production, my happiness, my family, all of it. I actually got to get into my office this morning and I got to clean up, and I went to a networking group that I had started, and all these things that started to feel like more of a stressor in my life, but I know I truly love them, are back to be something I love, because I'm not so in the weeds of being so overly involved in every aspect of business. All right, so I would say starting about a little over a month ago, we hired our first in-house processor, and she's a third-party processor with Processing Nerds, and she's incredible. She does a phenomenal job. She truly feels, she's third party, but she feels like she is part of our team. She's in the weeds with us. She's been such an amazing asset to have. So she was our first person to really bring on to help streamline everything. And just so everybody knows, I do currently have 2 LOs on my team, hoping to bring one more on next week. So to have that processor who is more hands-on with us versus relying on a company to round robin and you don't really know who you're going to get, I really wanted to narrow things down. The expectations I have in my business are very, very different than what somebody else has in their business. We are very relationship-based. We are very involved in our community. We take extra time out to call people to get to know them. So it's just different, and not every business is run like that. So we were able to dial things in. Our processor is phenomenal. I then hired a relationships manager. So by that, she is somebody who every single Monday and Friday, she emails out check-ins to listing agents, buyers agents, the buyers themselves. I had everything templated out for her. She was actually a transaction coordinator for a local real estate company that just blew me away. She was always on it. She kept track of everything. I loved seeing how organized she was. So I approached her with a proposition and she came over, and she's doing an amazing job. She's starting to take away how constantly I was on the phone, how often I was in my emails. She knew enough to be dangerous as far as loans go and the process goes and everything like that. So she's been incredible. And taking away, again, I started to notice like I really wanted to have these check-ins. People love having the check-ins. They love what's going on. Again, it dials back on how often I'm having to overly communicate with people. But I don't love constantly going in every single Monday, every single Friday and doing those emails. It just becomes tedious. So bringing somebody in to do that has helped. And I get so much positive feedback from agents that just love that extra reassurance. Makes a big difference. And then my last hire was for an LOA, and her job is the minute that loan comes in, she gets in there and she starts scrubbing it. She collects docs for me. She just gets everything in place. She doesn't communicate with the borrowers, because I do truly love to do that. So that's something that I want to continue to do. I want to have that relationship, but she helps make sure that all of my I's are dotted, all of my T's are crossed. I'm not missing anything. I like to have as many eyes on these files as I possibly can to make sure that this process is smooth, everything closes on time. There's no reason for anybody to really miss anything. Stuff happens, of course. But having these people in place has been so big for my business. And then my last big hire, it's a little bit different, but she is my best friend, and she is an insurance broker. She was sharing my office with me, and her customer service is out of this world. She is so good at making people feel comfortable, and she's very Southern and has the funniest little catchphrases. I just love hearing her talk to people. So she, about not even 6 months ago, got licensed, and she does still do both, but it's been amazing to have somebody who is really like a right hand. I joke because I have such a hard time taking time off from work, because I love what I do. I want to be involved. I want to know what's going on. I make sure everything's going well. So while I'm on maternity leave, she's going to pretty much just be attached to my hip so that I still know what's happening, what's going on. But I also know that I have somebody I can trust, so that if people call, it's not so much that they just need like that loan info and everything is very, black and white and stale. They not get to talk to somebody who would talk to people the way that I talk to them, to bring them reassurance, to know that, hey, like Kenzie is here to make you feel like everything is okay. She's going to educate you. She's going to let you know what's going on. But at the same time, she's going to offer you that customer service experience that so many people forget about because we get so stressed out, or we get so involved in the black and white numbers or the transaction itself. We forget that people just really enjoy being taken care of. So I love my team, and I do love that it's all women. I think it brings a different kind of feel to the entire process, just because, as women, we're really good at taking care of people and nurturing the relationship and understanding people's frustrations and when they're scared and all of the things. So I'm really, really proud of this thing that I've built and I've been working on, and everybody that's involved. And it's so much more than just me and this thing. I wouldn't be able to be where I'm at or continue to grow or know that the future is going to be so, so good without those people who are standing next to me, and we're moving the needle together. It's very important to me that we constantly meet. If somebody is feeling stressed, if somebody feels that, they're doing X, Y, and Z, and it's not a good use of their time, then how can we help better support one another and make this experience internally just as good as we're trying to make this experience externally? It also, with having these people in place, I'm now able to get back to marketing. I'm able to prioritize things I love. I love putting events on with realtors, with local business owners. We have a really cute office space on our historic downtown square, and it's full of local family-owned businesses. So every week I go and I just say hello to people. I visit their shop. I buy products at their shop. I figure out ways that we can have events together. We're getting ready to do a big scavenger hunt where every local business is involved, and people who sign up for the scavenger hunt have to stop at my office first. They get their goodie bag, and then they go and they have to actually experience every single business. So ways I can put on these fun events, ways that I can think outside of the box, how I can take, my marketing to the next level. And by doing that, I can take Broadway Mortgage Group to the next level. So it's been an amazing experience. I've only been in business for, a little over 2 years. And I just looked at like my growth just to see kind of really how it's gone. And in my first year, I did 9 loans, and I've already done over 52 this year. So it's been amazing and crazy and definitely stressful, but worth it. I have, I think we all are going to go through those moments of feeling burnout a bit, of feeling like, I don't know if I chose the right career path. And then also those feelings, those moments of knowing that this is a career like no other that's out there. The fact that when my son needs to be picked up early from school, I can go get him. When I want to work from the pool, because I'm wildly pregnant and need to float, I can do that. So it's more so about listening to yourself, which is what I've been trying to do. Listen to myself. What makes me happy? What makes me want to grow my book of business? Where can I delegate things out to? I don't need to be so overly inside of every single loan, but I do need to find the right people that I trust, that I love to work with, which is really, really hard to do. And I'm very, very, very blessed that I was able to find those people. Trying to think. On top of that, marketing wise, some fun creative stuff, because I do love hearing, like with the coffee colors, I love hearing that other people are taking that idea and running with it. By all means, I encourage people constant to reach out to me, brainstorm with me. I love going over different marketing things, ways that we can think outside the box. I'm not a big fan of just kind of reproducing what other people do, but really looking at what other people are doing and how can we expand off of it and think so far out of the box. Mortgages can be scary and all the same and boring, and it's not great. So how can we make it fun? One thing that I love to do, for those who don't know, is I love to have closings in my office. I have almost every single closing in my office, and I get to create an experience by doing that. So borrowers come in, real estate agents come in. I have a TV that is humongous. I didn't know how big it was when I ordered it. My husband was trying to steal it and replace it with one of our TVs at the house because it's so ridiculous. But on the TV, I put a picture of the borrower's house and I say, welcome home with their name. So when they walk in, that's what they see. I have a girl that works down the street. I actually helped her close on her home, and she makes hand-painted signs, these big hand-painted signs on kind of like a thicker paper. And so I have a big banner made. She paints it herself. It has the borrower's last name, has a cute little house on it, all of those things. And I put it outside of the office on the window because we are on the square. So we have a ton of foot traffic, a ton of people driving by. So everybody gets to see like, congratulations, Sophie, or whatever the borrower's name is as they're walking in, make them feel special. I just started to work with a different girl who works down the street on the other side. And she does custom cookies, those really pretty cookies that have people's names on them with, designs and things like that. So we have some cookies set up. We have, I pre-order things off of Etsy. You can find, I'm the queen of the $2 Etsy finds. So it's like a little coin looking thing and it sits on your glass and it says Broadway Mortgage Group. We have champagne or juice. There's always beer in the fridge. There's really whatever you want, but we make it a whole experience. When I go, if you've experienced this, title companies feel awful. They're boring and gray, and that's not what buying a home should be like. It should be really, really fun and exciting. We have a playlist that's always on for people as they come in. We take fun photos. I have a giant mirror, and at the top it says, welcome to the next stage of your life. And at the bottom it says Broadway Mortgage Group, and people take selfies in our mirrors. And so it's whatever we can do to make this a fun experience that they're going to remember. They're going to want to post about it on social. They're going to want to tell people about this amazing experience that they had. The mortgage experience was great. They got a great rate, all of this. And then their closing day, people really went out of their way to take care of them and to make their day feel incredible. So I do a lot of different stuff, and we're always pivoting. We're always rethinking what we're doing. How can we do it better? And so there's a lot of really, really exciting things in the future for Broadway. And I'm so proud of the growth we have. I'm so, so proud of my team. It's been hard to hire, and we've had to hire quickly, fire quicker at times, but just figure out what our flow is, figure out who we want to be a part of this team. It's not just about quantity for me. It's really about quality. I'd rather have a small, strong team of people that when we go on work trips, we go to UWM or we just go to whatever mortgage conference is coming up. We genuinely love to just hang out together. And my team they're wild. They catch them at the club on Monday, but then they're up early, 6 a.m. to go and learn whatever they need to at the panels the next day. So it's find your tribe, take care of them, listen to one another. If there's things that are bogging people down, how can we fix it? There's too much technology. There's too many people looking for jobs. There's too many options in this world that we just settle, and we live in this box. We're mortgage brokers. That's the whole point of what we do. We don't live in a box. We get creative and we problem solve. And so that's really what we've been doing, what I've been trying to do. And like I said, I could not be happier with where things are at right now. And I feel very confident about going on maternity leave with the team I have in place and everything that we've built. So if anybody has any questions, I would love to answer them in the comments, or you can call me. I will put my cell phone number in here. Call, text, find me on Facebook.
Awesome. Anybody have any questions? Kyle's amped up. He's ready to go here in a couple of times. Next speaker is going to be Jake Vermillion. We got Jake Vermillion, and then Kyle Draper is going to wrap it up for us. So exciting end to the day. So I appreciate you joining us. and sharing with us, what you're doing to build an amazing company and business, and doing it your way. And that's what we talked about, Justin, this morning. He just did things his way.
Yeah, you gotta. You can't. No point in replicating what somebody else is doing if it doesn't work for you.
Yeah, he has a business card, and it's literally a metal black card, like credit card, and it's just replaced with his info, and he gives that to people, and instead of them being like, "Oh, thanks," they're like, "This is your debit." Oh, wait. And then he's like, no, that's my business card. And then they look at it, and then they talk about it, and then he's like, then I'm permanently in their head. Like, this guy gave me a metal business card that looks like a black card, like, that's different, and they're not going to throw them away. So
hopefully,
right. He said he had one lady call him and be like, "Hey, can you send me another one? I was showing someone your card and they really wanted it, so I gave it to him."
That's pretty
She's
cool.
like, "Can you mail me another one?" He's like, "I never thought I'd have someone calling me to mail them another business card." So
yeah,
it's cool stuff like that just works. So I don't see any questions. You got your info in there, so anybody needs to reach out, and good luck and best wishes with the baby coming so soon.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Ready for it.
Yeah, well, just remember, right now you'll be still playing man defense as parents. If you have another one, then you got to go to zone, and it's a lot harder.
Yeah, 2 boys. I've never thought my house would be so dirty with 1 boy, and now 2. I'm like, it's just take all the curtains down. Let's just get back to basics. We just ripped up all of our floors the other day, so we're just I'm gonna lay just plastic everywhere and call the light. We'll be fine.
I only have 1 boy, and it was a lot of fun. Trust me. So you're definitely going to be in for it.
Yes. Well, thank you so much for having me today.
Yes, thank you very much. All right, everybody, we're going to bring on our next sponsor. Give me 1 second here to bring on Joseph. Welcome to the show, my friend. I'm going to bring on your slides, so they're there and ready to go. So I'm going to give you the stage and let you go through your presentation.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Mitch, and good day, everyone. So my name is Joseph, and I'm the founder of Rare Pros. And today I'm excited to share with you our groundbreaking new product, Mercury AI. At Rare Pros, we've helped hundreds of real estate and mortgage professionals grow with the support of skilled virtual assistants. But we kept seeing the same bottleneck, which is outbound calling. So it's necessary, but time consuming, repetitive, and tough to scale. And outbound calls are often where deals begin, but they're also where time gets wasted. Agents and lenders are either making these calls themselves, burning hours, or handing them over to a VA or their team who could be doing more strategic work. Worse, leads often go cold before anyone gets to them. And what the industry needs is consistency, speed, scalability in the very first step without sacrificing the human touch. So Mercury AI is your AI-powered outbound agent. It makes hundreds of calls, pre-qualifies each lead using customizable scripts, and flags the hottest prospects for you or your team to follow up. And it's not here to replace your VA or your team. In fact, it works alongside your team, freeing them up to handle follow-ups, client nurturing, and closing support. But if you don't have a VA, Mercury AI still adds value. It covers the repetitive outbound work for you, making sure no lead falls through the cracks so you can focus on running your business and not chasing cold leads. So whether you're solo or scaling a team, Mercury AI is here to boost efficiency, not compete with it. It is fast, consistent, and scalable. Mercury AI keeps your pipeline moving while you focus on what actually grows your business. So I'd like to share a quick demo call we recorded to show Mercury AI in action. So in this clip, I'm playing the role of a past client, Daniel, who worked with a loan officer named Peter. So the AI, which is Sarah, is calling on Peter's behalf to check in and see how things are going while also filling out potential referrals or new opportunities. Note that this was a real-time interaction, not a scripted playback. I was responding naturally, and the AI dynamically, in its own words, using the campaign script we gave it as a guide. So let's listen. Okay, let's see. It's not playing though. Can you help Mitch if you can play the audio on the slide? Sorry. Okay, I don't think it's working. Let me go ahead and do it from here. Hopefully you guys can hear it. Let me just play it here. Hold on.
Rare pose home.
Okay, I don't think it's playing right now. So anyhow, sorry for that. So we'll be starting
Is it a
on
video
Monday.
file
So
or an audio file?
oh, it's an audio file inside the presentation or the PowerPoint. So I'm not sure why it's not running, but it's all good. I'll have it uploaded, or I can go ahead and send out to everyone who's interested to hear how how Mercury AI will sound. So we're starting on Monday, June 30. We're opening early access to just 20 people who want to test it out before our full launch on July 7. So, like I said, you get to experience exactly how the AI sounds, how it qualifies leads, and how it could fit into your real estate or mortgage business. So just scan the QR code to sign up for early access. And if you'd like to talk more about how Mercury AI can support your specific goals, there's also a link on that page where you can book a call with me directly. So yeah, I'm also be available right after the session if you'd rather chat. And I'd love to hear your thoughts and explore how we can make Mercury AI work for you and your team. So yeah, thank you everyone for all your time, and thank you, Mitch, for having me as well.
Yeah, awesome, man. This is exciting stuff. I knew you were working on something new, and this
Yep.
is very cool. I think this could help a lot of people. I know we do very well with virtual assistants, with calling out and things like that. But this is just, that next step to get things warmed up before the virtual assistants, like you said, or before the real estate
Yeah,
agents or the loan officers, hit the calls.
exactly.
Awesome, man. Well, hey, I appreciate you very much. Thanks for sponsoring the event. And everybody, make sure you scan this QR code real quick with your phone and reach out to Joseph and, see if Mercury AI can help you with your business also.
Awesome. Thank you so much for everyone's time, and enjoy the rest of your day, guys. You have a good one.
All right. Thank you, Joseph. All right, everybody. That was a pretty cool. I knew Joseph was working on something new. They've been doing a lot of sponsoring for our events in the past. So excited to see what he's got cooking, and looks like great stuff. So we're running right back, on time. So we're going to bring on our next speaker, Mr. Jake Vermillion. How are you, my friend?
What's up, Mitch? How are you, man? It's good to be here.
Hey, I'm doing good. You got to go before Kyle Draper. So you at least you don't have to follow him. You never want to follow.
That's
Kyle
fair.
Draper.
That's fair. No, this is a good slot. I can bomb and just make him look all the better. So sometimes
Right.
Kyle needs a little help, so I'm more than willing to offer that from time to time.
So how you doing, man? It's been a while since we've spoken.
It has been a minute. How are you?
I'm doing good, man. Doing good. Life's
House
good.
looks great. Event looks great.
Yeah, been putting in work on getting things done, and got to finish the deck around the house, but
It's always
been too hot for that. Got to do that stuff in the early morning hours.
I hear it, man. I always tell myself I'm going to do all those outside projects in the wintertime, and then I just get too lazy and end up focusing on other things, reading books, drinking coffee, you name it. So,
Right. Awesome, man. Well, hey, welcome. Do you have slides you're going to share or no?
I do. So let's see how this goes. Oh, is it best to upload them or just to share screen?
I just go to present and then hit slides and PDFs. And then you'll be able to get Google Slides or upload from your computer.
Okay, let's try that.
That's usually the best way. And then it'll pop up in the back room here, and then I can throw it up there for you.
Oh, it's too big. So let me export it as a PDF real quick. So sorry, guys. We will get this going right away.
It said it's too big.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really enjoy StreamYard. It's definitely changing all the time, and they're adding new things, and they definitely take people's opinion on how things are going into consideration too.
Well, that's good to hear. Yeah, we're in Zoom all day long, so I'm real familiar with that workflow, but this is a little different for us. So
right.
All right, it's uploading at the moment. So
okay, awesome. That'll work. So what's new with Mortgage Champions?
Yeah, man. In some ways it's the same old, same old. It's kind of funny. We're going to talk a little bit about today in my time. Obviously there's a lot of talk about AI, and we are using it within our business and using it to serve our clients. But the reality is, this is still a marketplace, and this is still a type of borrower that is not fully ready to completely transact entirely online, entirely virtually without a human in the loop. That is an incredibly rare borrower that you're talking about who wants that level of, artificial experience, if you will. And so we're still teaching people how to continue to establish that connection, continue to sell loans, even despite today's rates, and seeing amazing results. We onboarded a team not that long ago that 38% increase in locks just working with the sales team. That was no workflow transformation. That was no additional technology. That wasn't any differentiation than the lead buy. It's just people having higher quality conversations with their customers and their partners. So anyways, we'll talk about some of that in the presentation.
I seen a stat the other day, and they were talking about how, I would think that the older generations would be wanting to be the ones that have the human interaction and not want to do online and AI and all this. But they actually say it's the younger generations that want the human connection, and they don't want to be all technical, which, was kind of, I wasn't expecting that.
Well, sure. What's your comfort level, right? If you've been golfing for 20 years, you don't need the pro sitting there, refining your stroke, but you're first time on the course. Like, you want someone with you who's going to tell you where to go, and which club to pick, and how to swing to hit the ball. So it makes all sense in the world when you think about it. If you've done a bunch of mortgage transactions, you feel like you have the confidence to be able to do it on your own. If this is your first time, which it is for the next generation, they need some guidance.
Yeah. And that's good, because a lot of people thought that, we were going to be moving into a digital world where the human wasn't as important in the transaction, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think, like you said, new buyers and second time buyers, they're going to want that human touch.
That's right. That's at least what the data is showing us. So we say, why not give it to them?
Right. Awesome, man. Well, I'm going to go ahead and step out of the way. Your slides are up, and give you the stage.
Okay, cool. So, so I just click this button to go forward. All right. So Mitch, thanks so much. It's a pleasure to be here with y'all. If you don't know, my name is Jake McMullen. I'm the CMO at Mortgage Champions. As you can see on the screen, we've been around for 30 years impacting lenders. What we do is we come in, we have an enterprise approach. We work across organizations, starting with your sales team, right? And so we understand your culture, your process, your technology, your current sales approach, and we refine it to be able to meet today's market. So like I said earlier, we've seen some incredible results lately. Steve Odette, who's the president over at Toll Brothers Mortgage, they onboarded with us just a couple of months ago, and after just 60 days already saw that locks were up 38%. They're on track to do nearly double this year what they did over last year. And as we all know, market really hasn't changed. So it speaks a lot to how much more business we can unlock, which is a little bit of an optimization of our approach, even just when we're talking with our partners and our customers, not necessarily installing all new tech and completely overhauling our entire process. So what are we going to cover today? I'm going to just skip through these really quick because we're a little short on time, and I want to make sure that Kyle has every minute to be able to get you guys rocking and rolling on social. So we're going to talk about the challenges and opportunities in today's marketplace. We're going to talk about the importance of serving buyers earlier and better. We're going to talk about the competitive advantage that you still have as local loan officers. And we're going to talk about the actual determining factor of your success. And I'm just going to give you the hint up front. It is not rate, as many of us like to believe. We're also going to talk about why your marketing needs to evolve. Plus, I'm going to share some cool tools that I've found along the way. Some great organizations who are equipping you as an individual loan officer to be able to compete with the big boys, the rockets of the world, to be able to capture and nurture early funnel borrowers, as well as retain them as customers for life post-transaction. And of course, if we have time, I'm more than happy to answer any questions that we might have from those who are tuned in. So let's talk about the realities of today's marketplace, because if we don't understand the landscape we're operating in, can't navigate it very well. So first and foremost, we need to recognize the fact that the average first-time home buyer is nearly 38 years old. What does that mean? It means that they're taking a longer time to buy, and that clearly there's some challenges for them to buy because they're taking longer to save, to repair their credit if necessary, just to even find the right home. So we can see the median home price is up to $416,000. That's a struggle for many borrowers. I'm sure you're seeing that every single day. And we see it in the data. Housing affordability is at a 40-year low. The last time it was this unaffordable to buy a home as a first-time home buyer was 1985. The largest generation, though, some positive news in history, is just entering the market, right? We're seeing Gen Z just beginning to hit their buying years. And the second largest, right, my generation, the millennials, are actually entering our peak buying years. So while we do have some challenges in the marketplace, some structural issues that we need to think about, we do have demographics on our side. We need to understand as loan officers that the biggest challenge today is not rates, right? It's not price in terms of like how we structure a loan. It's affordability, it's home prices, and it's consumers' lack of liquidity, right? So those are the two things we're going to address today, because they can both be addressed with a strategic approach to home ownership. So let's look a little bit closer at today's borrower and the challenges that they're facing beyond just the macro structures that we see in today's economy. First and foremost, they're being sold a narrative. I don't know if anyone was at the gathering in Colorado Springs a couple of weeks ago. They had Jennifer Beeston on stage with Greg Scher. Jennifer Beeston, if you don't know, is the top VA loan officer for Rate. She is a hoss. I want to say she did 500 loans last year. She knows what she's talking about, and she spent some time on stage specifically addressing the fact that there is a false narrative being pushed by especially the mainstream media that homeownership is out of reach for the typical American. It's simply not true. Furthermore, we see that the typical borrower today, they're often misinformed about down payment requirements. How much do they typically think you need in order to be able to buy a home? 20%. Is that actually true? We know it's not. We need to do a better job as loan officers to counteract those unfactual narratives. They are unaware of the prep and resources and programs that are available to them, right? Talking about down payment assistance, talking about credit counseling, talking about saving apps, financial management apps to be able to streamline their spending, to be able to save more for a down payment. There are a lot of resources, programs out there for borrowers that they're just simply unaware of. They also, when they try to do computations on their own to compare renting versus buying, or even worse, when they defer to a YouTube influencer on what exactly that calculation looks like, they're often performing that wrong and not factoring all the benefits of homeownership. Now, there's some really interesting research that's been put out by Next Gen Research. That's Kristen Mesterly over at First Home IQ. They found in their most recent homebuyer study of the next generation, so Gen Z and millennials, that fewer than half believe they'll be ready to buy in the next 5 years. And 6 out of 10 say they have little to no understanding of the process of buying a home. Even worse, only 20% consider loan officers trustworthy. Now, we're going to unpack that a little bit more later, but there are some serious challenges facing our actual buyers in this marketplace. Like we just talked about, buying confidence is low. That comes directly from that home buyer report, which if you haven't read it, I would highly recommend you go over to First Home IQ or nextgenresearch.com and go download that report. It's going to be really insightful for the challenges you're going to be facing with your borrowers, and not even just real challenges, but perceived challenges, right? It's probably true that many of these borrowers actually could be ready to buy a home much faster than 5 years from now, but they believe that they can't. And so it's a narrative that we have to counteract. Now, we said we're going to talk about that 20% trust number, right? This is an interesting stat. If you look here, we see that obviously trust in both financial roles like loan officers and realtors, as well as financial institutions like banks and credit unions, is definitely not at its peak. But what's really interesting is if you look year over year, or generation over generation, from millennials to Gen Z, you actually see a slight uptick in the trust levels with the individual professional, the loan officer or the realtor, whereas you see pretty significant, statistically significant drops in the trust level with the institution. So what does that say for you as an individual loan officer, as a retail loan officer, local loan officer, even someone working in a consumer direct environment? It says that you have to lean on your personal credentials and put forward your own personal expertise and not just solely lean on the credentials of your company or your team. Really important working with today's borrowers. Okay, so speaking of which, let's talk about the opportunities to serve these borrowers both earlier, because again, that process to getting to home is getting lengthened as we see that average age of the first-time home buyer rise, as well as serving them better, right? You need both in order to be able to win in today's market. So first and foremost, if you're not already offering a homeownership prep platform, you need to be. And the reason why is you have to be able to capture those low intent borrowers and put them into a focused ecosystem where they can save for a down payment. They can work on improving their credit. They can explore local listings, right? And participate in a home search portal, and they can learn about the buying process, okay? You need to have some manual touch points baked into this, but a lot of this is automated, just background work, and the platforms are often built so that they're gonna trigger you when you see that intent for that customer, that preparation level for that customer increase to a point where it's time for a conversation, okay? So we're gonna talk about some platforms that you can place if you don't already have one, but this is critically important because if you're gonna start using technology like what we just saw to be able to call out to more leads, many of those are gonna be low intent now, but in a couple of years, they would be high intent and they'd be qualified. So what are you doing in the meantime to keep them in your ecosystem, to prepare and nurture them for homeownership? This is the answer. You have to have a platform in place, and they're available to you as an individual loan officer. Now, when you stand up that platform, I would highly recommend you pick one and you make sure that you take the time to keep your brand, specifically your face, front and center, so that when that customer is clicking around, they're making savings and they're seeing their down payment fund grow, or they're looking at homes that they want to buy, you're building trust and confidence in you as their trusted professional to be able to serve them when the time is right for them to move forward. And then finally, you need to make it clear that you're in the platform with them, okay? I see this a lot with loan officers where they get equipped with data of a customer has started playing around with a refinance calculator or down payment calculator, right? And the loan officer is triggered to reach out to that customer. They often don't because they are afraid that they don't know how to broach the fact that they know what that customer was doing in that online platform. Just be honest about it up front. Just tell them, hey, look, I'm going to set you up in this platform. It's going to help you do these things. I'm going to be in there with you because I am your dedicated partner. I'm going to be monitoring your progress, and I am committed to doing that so I can get you into the right home as quickly as possible. It's a really simple message, but it is really impactful and going to set you up for success later when you do go to pick up the phone to call them about an action they took in that platform that really does signal higher intent. Okay. Not only do you need to offer platforms for them to be able to interact with and prepare themselves for homeownership, but you need to offer some new ideas, right? So these are just some questions that, we're educating our loan officers, for example, mortgage champions, to be able to ask their customers when they get on the phone with them or begin to have a dialogue online through text or DM or anything like that, right? Could homeownership be more advantageous than they thought, right? Have they actually really calculated out the rent versus buy scenario? Do they understand the value of building equity, locking in a fixed payment, the potential for them to gain tax benefits? We all know what the standard deduction did to the mortgage interest deduction. Look at rates today. One of the silver linings that you're going to get out of a 7-8% rate is the fact that you have a lot more deductible interest to be able to work with to potentially itemize when it comes around to tax time. That could be a huge benefit for a customer that maybe they never thought about. Are they carrying high interest debt? If so, would it possibly make more sense for them to focus on putting less down, right? Don't try to save 5, 10, 15, 20% and maintain all that high interest debt. What if instead you put less down and you use the rest of what you've been saving to eliminate some of that high interest debt and actually reduce your total monthly debt payment? Could that be more helpful? Have they discussed that with any other real estate or mortgage professional? We'd be willing to bet that they haven't, and it will probably see a really interesting conversation for you. Last one I'll leave with you with, how do they define a starter home? I think part of the problem of why we're seeing that median first-time homebuyer age extend to almost 40 years old is there's been a redefinition of starter home. And maybe we need to be educating our customers that, hey, look, if you can broaden that definition, maybe bring down that price point, maybe be more open to a little bit of repair after the point of purchase, it might actually make more opportunities available to you, and you don't have to delay your desire for homeownership. You can buy something now, invest in it, build equity, build value, and when rates come down, maybe when prices moderate, then you can go get that home that you really wanted that, maybe really wasn't a starter home. You kind of wanted it to be your starter home, but it's really not a starter home. And then you can actually buy up and sell the starter home or turn it into a cash flow through rental, whatever that looks like. The last thing that I would say here is you have to be attending open houses. Now, I post about this on LinkedIn, so you can get more data and details there. But open houses are a huge opportunity to meet serious buyers. Look at the stats here from Zillow. 87% of all buyers attend at least one open house. 47% actually make their offer during the open house. And we saw in 2024 that buyers who toured homes, who toured just 4.3 homes on average, that was a 40% drop in 10 years. What does that tell you? That the people who are attending open houses are super serious, right? You don't have these casual shoppers who are going in person to open houses just thinking maybe this is the home. You have a bunch of people who are shopping religiously online. They have all the filters set in their Zillow home search or Compass home search, whatever it is. And when that perfect house comes up, what's the first thing they want to do? They still want to see it in person. Again, 87% of buyers attend, and half of the people who are there are going to end up making an offer during that open house. Furthermore, 65% of sellers that hosted at least one open house last year, that's up 132% from the typical level of sellers hosting open houses that you saw in 2018. So there are more open houses being hosted today, fewer loan officers attending them, and higher intent buyers attending them. That is a recipe for success if you just are willing to show up. So we just said it right there. All right. So if you choose to attend open houses, and we're seeing this with our clients, what you're really going to get is you're going to be able to have an opportunity to meet with both sides of the deal. You're not going to have any competition. Let's be honest, most loan officers are not doing this. And you have an opportunity to build trust and develop content while you're there, right? We talk all the time about loan officers need to have a presence online. Let me tell you, that presence resonates a lot more with a prospective buyer or even partner when you're sitting in an open house and you're talking about, hey, I'm here to help, my whoever partner sell this home. We've met some amazing people. We're talking about the value of home ownership. We're talking about how to get pre-qualified, pre-approved. I'm actually right here doing pre-approvals right now at the countertop. Like, that kind of content is going to be so much more meaningful and impactful to getting you business through your social media than just posting from your home office or even putting out some sort of bland, generic, evergreen content about the homeownership process. Okay. Here's another thing that I really want to push for you guys. There's a lot of conversations we talked about at the beginning around artificial intelligence, and it is important. It isn't going to impact our industry, and it's going to impact your business. But don't undersell the value of what you already have, which is local intelligence. The reality is we're seeing the best loan officers are winning because they know their market, they know their partners, and they know their buyers. Today's edge is not just tech, it's being where the business is actually happening. Don't give up that advantage. Now, there's one other thing that you have to be careful of when you're thinking about how you can serve first-time home buyers, and any buyer for that matter, both better and earlier. You have to be smart on social. What do I mean by that? Well, first and foremost, you need to refine what it is that you're talking about. And what you have to be talking about is what customers actually want to hear. They don't want to hear product information, and they don't want to hear about your, how great you are, or what award you won, or how much production or volume you did. I know Kyle's really going to get into that in the next session. What they want to hear about is how you can deliver for them what we call the 3 S's. This is what every borrower wants in this market. They want security, they want stability, and they want savings. Security, that's the value in their home. They want to know that they have something to fall back on in hard times, that they have built equity, and that they are building generational wealth over time. Stability, they want to know that that payment is locked. Look at the rental market. Rents went up an astronomical amount over the last 7 years. If you lock in a 30-year payment, we don't talk about this enough, the fact that that payment is locked. Yes, of course, we're seeing some of that chipped away by insurance going up, property taxes going up, but it's nowhere near the level that rent prices have gone up. And furthermore, many people are choosing to rent not in apartments, but in homes. And many times those homes, they get a 30-day notice that the home is going to be sold, or they're going to jack the rates. And those people are scrambling to try and find where they're going to live, oftentimes at the least convenient times. It's during the school year when their kids are already plugged into a school system, and now they can't find anything that's in their school district, right? The stability of homeownership is incredibly valuable. You should be talking about it online. And then savings, of course. How can you save someone money? Green looks good on everyone, as my dad likes to say. So let's always be talking about how we can save our customers money. Now, there's a critical point here. You have to choose the right platforms for your audience. And when people engage with you, you have to respond to every single comment, message. It does not matter. They've taken time to engage with you. You need to take the time to engage with them. That will drastically improve your results on social. Here's the way that I like to think about social media and even online in general. You need to treat your digital presence like it's your brick and mortar. And here's what I mean by that. You've got to keep it clean and welcoming. Frankly, whether you want to hear it or not, you cannot be talking about politics. You cannot be turd posting. I'm not going to say the word, but you know what I'm talking about. And you cannot be sharing negative headlines. You cannot have anything on your digital presence that's going to dissuade someone from trying to transact with you and choose you as their trusted professional. If you're telling them that it's hard to buy, right, and you're just peddling that same narrative that Judgment for Beeston was talking against earlier, right, then why would they choose to work with you versus someone else who's willing to say, yes, it's hard, but here's the pathway, and to focus on the pathway and not the obstacles that you're going to have to encounter along that pathway. You also need to hold what I like to call office hours, okay? This is important for two reasons. The two major mistakes that I tend to see with loan officers in social media is either they spend far too little time on it or they spend far too much. The way that you counterbalance that is that you set office hours. Now, that doesn't mean you have to do a 3-hour block. It could. Maybe that's effective for your business. Maybe if you're a YouTube creator and you're driving a bunch of leads through YouTube like Jennifer is, then hey, yeah, okay, you might need 3 hours to script a video, record a video, post it to your profile. But you could just stagger this throughout the day. 15, 20-minute sprints, but throughout the day, and you have to be religious about it. You should schedule it into your calendar the same way that you would an appointment. I'm going to spend 30 minutes on my Facebook. I'm going to be going through my DMs. Anyone who liked to post, I'm going to thank them. I'm going to put out one, quick piece, or I'm going to repost something that I've already put out in the past. Okay, that's all it has to be, but you need to contain it so that you don't spend too little time and you don't spend too much. We already talked about it, but you need to thank everyone who stops by, right? Same thing. If someone stopped by your physical brick and mortar office, you would take the time to thank them. You would even offer them a cup of coffee, a cookie, whatever it is that you had to offer. Have the same approach and mindset for anyone who stops by your profile. And certain platforms like LinkedIn will tell you every single person who literally even stops by your profile, whether they engage with your content or not. You take advantage of that insight and be sure to thank them and say, hey, thanks so much for stopping by. Is there anything I can help you with? You would be amazed the number of conversations that you will drum up by just saying thank you to anyone who stops by your profiles. Okay. And then finally, always add value. That should go without saying. So we need to talk about when it is time to engage in this marketplace because of how long the home buyer process has become. First and foremost, it's never too early as long as your intent is to educate and not to sell. So how do we do this? How do we be proactive versus reactive in approaching borrowers, knowing that the process to purchase has gotten much longer over the last couple of years? Well, first and foremost, we need to understand that at early stages, buyers, they're not shopping yet. All they're starting to do is just think. So your goal isn't to catch them at the right moment, okay? Because they're not ready to be caught. Your goal is to actually create that moment by sparking curiosity, okay? We hear people talking about point of thought versus point of sale. I like to go even further past the point of thought and talk about inception, right? Everyone seen that movie with Leonardo DiCaprio where the idea is that he incepts, this idea that ultimately sort of, goes a certain direction. But we can do the same thing. We have the same power in mortgage where we can incept the thought in someone. We can pattern disrupt, right? They're scrolling through their feed, whatever it is that they're doing. And we can see the thought that, wait, maybe I can actually afford to buy a home. Or maybe actually, how much equity do we have in the home? Could we actually make an improvement to the home? Could we put in a pool? Could we pay off some debt? Could we maybe get out of debt sooner? Could we speed up our timeline to that ultimate payoff date? These are things that you can spark curiosity around. You can help them see the possibilities that are available to them based on the market and based on the products that you offer, and then based on your ability to be able to be their advisor and guide them through what is feasible and what's not feasible, okay? Building familiarity and trust before they ever raise their hand is really what we're trying to do here, right? So yes, you need to be posting, you need to be talking about saving stability, security, but the key thing is that we are trying to incept the thought that you can help them and that their dreams are possible even in a marketplace where rates are at 7%. Okay, here's the key point. If your message aligns with where they are mentally, early engagement becomes a competitive advantage, not a waste of time. I hear a lot of loan officers who treat early funnel borrowers as a waste of time. They're not qualified. They're not going to want to buy within the next 3 months. They're not going to affect my pipeline right now. They have credit repair issues. They don't understand the process. They don't have enough saved for a down payment. Those are all things you should be partnering with them on to solve and building a competitive advantage by establishing that early trust, not by dismissing them and seeing them as a waste of time. So how do we actually do this? How do we engage if someone's 12, even 24, possibly even 36 months out from transacting? Well, we use the same principles that you would if they were going to transact tomorrow. You talk about value, you build relationship, and you show differentiation. You prove how you're different from everyone else who maybe is treating them like a waste of time versus investing in them in their homeownership dreams. And then finally, what you do is you give them the 3 T's. Okay, this is tools. That's what we talked about, those platforms to prepare them for homeownership. You give them tips that can be both in person as well as automated drip campaigns. And then you need to clarify the timelines. What are the milestones that they need to achieve to know that they're getting closer to, not further from their home ownership dreams. Okay. Building trust early is how you get someone to choose you and not just a product when that time comes, right? I was on a podcast earlier this week, and we kind of distilled down the fact that good loan officers, what they really are is they're financial advisors in essence. They're not product specialists. A lot of loan officers, they still kind of act like product specialists. The first things out of their mouth are asking questions to try and determine, are you qualified for the product that I have in mind for what I think your situation demands? Yes, that's an important component of the job when we get further down the funnel. But when it's early, when it's these buyers who aren't even necessarily convinced that they can own a home or refinance their home, the key goal that we have is simply to build trust in us as a person, as a trusted guide, and not in our product suite. Hopefully that's making sense. Okay. Remember, we say this all the time, mortgage champions, selling is simply solving. And so you don't have to come across as a salesy person up front early in the funnel. You simply have to begin to try to solve their problems, begin to clear the obstacles that are littering their roadmap to home ownership. That's going to position you to be able to win with that customer. Okay, so how do we actually do that? How do we take our salesy approach and turn it into an educational approach where we're actually helping them solve? Well, first and foremost, we educate in 3 ways. First and foremost, we have to answer the question, who are you, right? Why do you care about them as a potential home buyer? What are your values? What drives you in your business? And what is different about your approach versus any other loan officers that they might come across? Who is your company or team, right? We have to address this next. How do you serve your customers? What systems do you work with? Why can borrowers trust you? Okay, so this is where you can lean into some of those team and company credentials and talk about the products that you have access to and the technology that you have access to and your NPS ratings, share some testimonials, that sort of thing. Like that's gonna be really important for those borrowers that they decide who they're gonna partner with in this journey. And then finally, you need to demystify how the process actually works. So you have to be clear. You have to be confident. You have to get them to be confident that you can guide them through this process, that it is navigable, and you have to do so in a way that's not loaded with jargon. Okay. If you go back to the products, we start throwing out conventional and Govy and FHA and VA and USDA. My dad likes to joke all the time. People think USDA is a stake, not a mortgage. So cut the jargon and just be clear about how the process works and how you are the best person and have the best team to help them navigate this process and to clear the obstacles in the way. Okay. This is really what we want to get at. Okay. Because understanding, that solving process, that educational process is a 2-way street. They need to understand who you are, who your team is, how you can help them, how the process works. But you also need to understand who they are, right? The more you understand about your borrower and the more that you help them understand who you are, the less salesy that approach is going to feel. All right. So we are at, I believe, my assigned time. So I want to check in with Mitch because I do have more slides, but I also want to be respectful to Kyle. So Mitch, I don't know if you want to come back up here and sort of give me a time check. Because we can jump straight to tools, or I can just get through this last bit of content as quickly as possible.
Yeah, go ahead. You got a few minutes. We got just one more sponsor and then Kyle. So you got a few minutes left.
Okay, awesome. All right. Well, let's dive into knowing where our audience is and meeting them there. So first and foremost, you have to be where your people are. Okay, that might sound like an obvious statement, but you would be surprised, or maybe you wouldn't, by how many loan officers we meet who are fishing in the wrong ponds. Okay, so we got to be fishing in the right ponds. We need to understand where our customers are. And once we understand that, the first mistake that I see most loan officers make is they then ask their audience to change their habits. Okay. They decide that they're going to start posting on Facebook. So they start posting content for a few weeks. They get someone who's interested in potentially doing some business with them, but it's early funnel. Okay. So they're not going to submit an application tomorrow. What does that loan officer do? Hey, sign up for my email drip. Here's where you can sign up, or come visit, my website, or, hey, I post educational videos on YouTube. Why don't you come over and subscribe to my YouTube channel? People are on the platform that they're on for whatever reason. They prefer it. Don't ask them to move because they're not going to, all right? They're not going to disrupt their life to get your educational content, no matter how great it is, about a mortgage. So if they prefer YouTube, meet them on YouTube. If they prefer Instagram, you got to meet them on Instagram. You, in essence, have 2 choices as a loan officer if you're going to approach social and do it well. You can either own one platform and accept its limitations and just find your customer on that platform and go, full out 100 miles an hour, or you have to build systems to be able to maintain a presence across many platforms and be able to engage your prospects wherever they prefer. Okay. Those are your 2 options. Doesn't matter which one you pick. Both are viable. Kyle's going to give you strategies on how to do either one well, but you do have to choose. This is a strategic decision, and you will fail if you sort of find a middle ground where you're kind of doing one, kind of doing the other. It's mismatchy. You know what I mean? You're asking people to move around. None of that is ever going to work for you. Okay. Now, what I don't want you to forget, as we talked about at the very beginning of this, is yes, you need to dominate online. Yes, you need to have a presence online. Yes, you can generate prospects and leads online, but don't forget local still matters. We already talked about this. Open houses, CPA events, community events. You have to show up where your audience already is. And it's not just online. They are there, but they're also, boots on the ground, if you will, and you need to be as well. All right, so let's talk about a few things. This is kind of my specialty areas, how you as a loan officer. We talked a lot about sales already. We're going to touch a few more things at the very end. But how do you actually shift your marketing as a loan officer in today's world? Well, in the age of AI, I truly personally believe that templated content is not personal enough, okay? Set it and forget it campaigns, they're just not going to work very well, okay? If you look at the data and the research, so I think of like Google's messy middle, for example, right? Linear campaigns, how you typically would architect a campaign over time, it just simply doesn't reflect the nonlinear path that consumers are going to bounce around in from that first point of interest and, hey, maybe I could actually buy a home or refinance to that ultimate point of decision-making, okay? So what does that leave us with as loan officers and lenders? Two options. We can either pursue hyper-personalization or we can pursue dynamic interaction. Now, here's what I think is one of the first lessons that all of us as business people are learning in the era of AI is that hyper personalization is a high risk, high reward strategy. Why do I say that? Because if your data is right, it can drive unbelievable results. But if it's wrong, if you think someone's a first time home buyer and they're not, if you think they're looking for a home in the state of Georgia and they're not, if you think they're a veteran and they're not, or you don't think that they're a veteran and it turns out they are, you are going to drive them down this hyper personalized approach that is going to be completely mismatched. You will lose their trust forever. I just want to focus on this really quick. So many loan officers, they still think in terms of campaigns, and that frustrates me because if you think about the origin of campaigns, it's a necessary evil for larger orgs who can't get one-to-one, whereas you as a loan officer already have that advantage. So I want to ask you today, please stop leaning on this idea of campaigns, the strategy that was designed by large organizations to imitate what you already have. Instead, what you need to do is you need to find ways to, one, focus on that one-to-one and maintain that and protect that like it's your lifeline, because it is. But then two, even when you have to do some one-to-many content, right? You're posting to Instagram, you're posting to LinkedIn, you're posting to Facebook, try to make that content feel as personal as possible. The way that you do that is you stop thinking in terms of campaigns, you start thinking in terms of people. So pay attention to your customers and partners' questions, their objections, what they say when they're stalling you in the sales process, and create content around that. Don't create content for first-time homebuyers. Speak to an objection that was raised by a first-time homebuyer that you recently worked with. When you do this, you're going to spend less time segmenting your audience. You're going to spend less time creating campaigns. You're going to be much more relatable to the people that you're trying to talk to. And when someone actually responds to that marketing, guess what it's going to start? A real conversation. An actual real conversation that will actually lead to business. All right, let's talk about your ultimate differentiator. I'm going to end here because I know Kyle's got time. I'm going to shoot for 12:15. In this market, your success is not going to come from talking. What it's going to come from is listening, okay? I find this fascinating. What impresses people the most about ChatGPT? Is it its image generation? No, it's memory. It's the fact that people can type in, hey, tell me everything that you know about me, and they're just wowed because it makes them feel known. Well, it goes without saying, humans want to be known. It's a natural instinct of ours. They want they want to know that what they say is actually being remembered. Your borrowers and your partners are no different. So we need to stop talking. We need to start listening. We need to listen to their needs, to their pain points, to their priorities. And then when we do that, we need to actually show the fact that we've listened, okay? Most of those, they don't listen well in the first place, but even the few who do, they don't take the time to prove the fact that they listened. And the best part about this strategy is you don't need any new tech. All you need to do is just ask better questions, actually listen to their answers, take quality notes, and then find opportunities in future conversations to bring that information back to bear so that you can prove to them, hey, I did actually listen. And this is going to affect how you go out on social, how you use AI. Understanding someone's background, it's just a smarter way of listening. So worry less about talking on social media, for example, posting, right? And worry more about just spending time, sitting in those office hours and scrolling through your feed, catching up, seeing what's up with people's lives, understanding your partner's businesses, seeing what listings they're up to, your customers that you're working with, what's going on in their families. That's going to pay you absolute gold dividends in this marketplace. And it's something that very few loan officers are doing well. So I know some of you are thinking, great loan officers are great communicators, aren't they? It's true. But we listen to every single call that our clients make. We score it with AI. And I can tell you that consistently, smooth talkers are losing deals to loan officers who are less suave, but who actually know their clients. They're doing it all day long. I'm confident if you focus less on talking and more on listening, you will sell more deals. You'll have more referral partners, and you'll have people who will give you better ratings and reviews after they've done business with you, which is just going to help you continue that flywheel business in 2025 and beyond. Okay. We don't have time to get into this, I don't think. I'm going to let Mitch come back up. I'm assuming we're at time at this point.
Yeah, I think we're right on time. So
awesome.
Amazing stuff, man. I really appreciate it. We're gonna have to you back again. We're gonna bring this back end of August, maybe continue where you started.
Yeah, that'd be good. I got a few more sections here, so more to give. But thank you everyone for having me. Really appreciate it, Mitch. As always, thank you so much. Really excited to be here and hope everyone got a few nuggets.
Yeah, man, I think it was great. Awesome. I appreciate you very much, Jake, and we will look forward to talking to you soon.
Sounds great. Thanks, Mitch.
Awesome. Appreciate it. Thank you. All right, everybody, we are going to bring on our final sponsor. Give me 1 second here to bring on. Where'd he go? There he is. Tyler Hancock. How are you, my friend?
Hey. I'm doing good. Can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you.
All right. Every time that we meet up, some reason is the only thing I need audio help on, but awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. Good to have you, man. Appreciate you sponsoring our events as always. Following up with Jake there. Jake was, kicking butt. So going to give you the stage. Tell us about what you got going on.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. And Jake's actually right. You got to know your clients very well. I know, honestly, it might sound weird. It might sound a little cocky, but I know almost every loan officer we work with. I know every single one of our processors front to back, and we talk to them all the time. Jake's 100% correct. And then with the AI stuff too, I told my team the other day that imagine if your loan officer could open up ChatGPT and the answer is already there before they ask the question. That's how well we should be processing our loans and communicating to our loan officers when we process those loans. So Jake is 100% correct about all that. So
that's awesome.
Yeah. Thanks for having us on. Michelle spoke yesterday, so thank you very much, Michelle, if you're watching right now. Appreciate it. You did a great job. Nikki was supposed to do it today, but she had something come up with the family. So I'm taking over. I'll be, doing this little presentation real quick as a sponsor here. But today's not only going to be about, obviously, what we offer as a contract processing company. I also want to get the word out that we are hiring. We are definitely looking for great processors to come over that have wholesale mortgage experience. We definitely need the help as well. I can tell you right now, we have quite a few loan officers who are honestly just waiting for more processors to join. We have 7 right now that are getting done onboarding today, but we probably need another 15 to 20 more. So if there are other processors out there that need a new environment or want to get paid better or just want a different, see if the grass is greener on the other side even, we're hiring right now. Starting as of August 1st, we are starting to pay by the hour. We have an hourly draw. We have commission. Obviously, we have always had that, but we also have bonuses now too. We have 401k. We are hiring out of office coverage as well. So that way you guys can have, it's going to be unlimited PTO, but obviously at discretionary, of course, but there will be PTO and there will be out of office coverage. So all that's coming in August 1st. We also offer health insurance reimbursement as well. So any mortgage broker out there that has processors, in-house processors, you guys can save thousands of dollars by letting us hire your team. They will be still dedicated to you, but we will pay them for you. So if you want to save another $30,000, $40,000 off your books or put that into getting more leads in the door, more mailers or anything, you can definitely send them over to us. They'll stay dedicated to you, but that way any questions they have, any help that's needed, if you don't want to recruit anymore or hire or fire or train or anything, then send them our way. We will take care of it and do the rest for you. If you're a processor that is actually just looking for your own benefit, reach out to careers@hancockprocessing.com. We are definitely in a big hiring and expanding stage right now. If you do email careers@hancockprocessing.com and they don't hear back within a couple days, we like to hire those who are pushing to get hired. Just like if an approval comes out and you need to get items in from a client, if the client doesn't answer, you're going to call them and email them and text them and bother them. So we're asking you guys to do the exact same for us, kind of our way of testing who really wants it and who does it. So if you guys are looking for a new career or a change in scenery, reach out to us. But, you know, as always, I want to go over really quick what we offer as a contract processing company too. We charge based on only where we take over. Our option A is initial disclosures through funding. So once the contract comes in, that's initial disclosures through funding. We upload the loan to the lender, we disclose it and take it all the way through funding, and we do a post-close audit. So that's option A. That is $10.95. We also have our package B, which is $8.95. That's submission through funding. So once the initial disclosures are signed, it will take over from there. We still order title, still order the appraisal, we still review the documents and then submit to underwriting. That is option B. That's $8.95. Or if you want all of that stuff off your plate, you guys see the little joker back there. Look at that. But if you guys want everything off your plate, we also offer our LOA package. What that does is the loan officer turns in the 1003 application and the credit report. We'll review the information on the 1003. We'll get the income documents from the client, calculate the income. We'll get the assets in, make sure all the assets look good. We'll look over the credit reports for any potential issues. And then from there, we'll let the loan officer know, hey, you're good to issue the pre-qual. The loan officer issues the pre-qual, contract comes in. We have the rest of the book back. Then we take it to whatever lender the loan officer wants us to take it to. We will then disclose it and then take it through funding too. So that's our offer on our processing services. We charge based on where we take over only. But also just as a bigger, get the word out, we are hiring. If you have processors in-house, or if you have a friend that's a processor, if you know someone that's a great processor, definitely send them on over. We do pay very, very well. I hate to throw out numbers, but honestly, if you're doing 20, 25 loans a month with us, you're easily making about 150, 160, 170,000 a year. We pay our team very, very well, and we want to keep doing that. But we also offer the paid time off now, the hourly, the commission, the bonus, the 401k, everything too. So, but that's about it. That's all the information I want to get out real quick. So thank you so much.
Awesome, man. Continued growth. That's what it's all about. Growth, growth, growth. And you're continuing to do that. Like you said, you hired 7, looking to hire more. So congratulations on that, man.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. We just passed the 3 billion in volume mark, and then we're almost at 9,000 fundings right now. So yeah, thank you for all your help, and your success helps us succeed as well. But yeah, anybody needs anything, I'll put my email in the chat. So thank you.
Awesome. Appreciate it again, Tyler, and congrats, man. Keep it going.
Yeah, same to you. Thank you, sir.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
All right.
All right, everybody. We're going to bring our next speaker on stage. Give me a second here to welcome Coach Kyle Draper. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. Ready to
look at us
to seal the deal today?
You know, we're gonna seal it, whether it's great or not.
I see it. You brought the hat, brought the fire.
That's right.
Mine's different.
Yeah, I think I like mine more, but you gave it to me.
Mine's got this though.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, a little extra.
I like mine because I'm a big fan of like subtle marketing where you kind of force people to have to go, oh, what is that?
Yeah.
And then you start talking about it. And so, words don't come across as subtle as images.
No, definitely not. So, man,
hey,
welcome.
Can we just say real quick how incredible Jake Vermillion was?
Oh, I know.
That guy freaking crushed it. So kind of mad at you for making me go after him, but I'm gonna do my best.
Yeah, he did crush it. And, I'm a big fan of Jake and his father, and, amazing dudes. Love them to death. And, he brought the fire, and he had some more left in the chamber. So we're going to bring him back and let him unload the rest of that sometime.
Dude, no doubt. And I want to give a quick tip real quick before we officially get into this. Guys, when you watch someone do a great job, don't assume that everybody knows that they did a great job. And so as Jake was wrapping up, I was texting him, bro, you crushed that. That was awesome. Because it's easy to just assume, oh, he knows how great he is. Like people probably tell him all the time. Guys, people don't tell you all the time because they assume everybody else does. and everybody else is assuming everybody else was. And so when you think something great about somebody, say it to them, declare it, put it online, send it in a text, because it makes a difference. And that's what we're talking about today.
Awesome. Yeah. I always like to do that when my guys and gals crush it on here. It's, let them know.
That's right.
Let them know.
That's right. Are we ready to do this?
Yeah, man. Your slides are up. And
Dude,
as always, I'm going to step out of the way and let you roll.
Mitch, appreciate you, brother. Thank you for the opportunity. Guys, the question is simple. How is your influence? I believe that this is something that we don't think about hardly ever, but we all are naturally doing it well, or we're naturally doing it poorly. And if we were intentional, it would make even more of a difference. And as I built this new keynote of mine that I've done a few times now, I was asking myself, right? I always try to approach all of my talks from a place of humility, right? Have I even earned the right to have this conversation with people? Is there anything I've done in my life that makes me worthy of teaching it? And so I began to think back to what I thought was like my earliest moment of influence. Where did I really recognize that, oh my gosh, I think I might be executing influence at a different level? And so I want to tell you a quick story. In ninth grade, I was going into ninth grade. It was the end of summer of going into ninth grade. And guys, I got this feeling in my spirit that the Lord put there that said, you should start a Bible study for your friends. And I was like, no, I will not do that, because that's not cool. That's not going to get me a girlfriend. That's not going to make me one of the cool kids when I get into high school. And so I was pushing back against it, but I just kept feeling this in my spirit that I was supposed to have a Bible study. And I'm 14 years old. I don't know very much about the Bible. And so I approached my family, my mom and dad. They agreed to teach it if I would get the kids there. And so here I go to school the first week, and I start telling friends, hey, Bible study Wednesday night at our house. Bible study Wednesday night at our house. And 8 kids came the first time. 16 came the next time. 25 came the next time. And guys, here's why I'm telling you this story. Because for 6 years, and no, it didn't take me 6 years to graduate from high school. It was my 4 and then my younger brother's 2 after me. We had over 150 students show up to my parents' house every Wednesday night. Every Wednesday night. And it got so big that Chick-fil-A was donating nugget trays every week. Papa John's was donating 10 pizzas every week. And it was this massive thing. It was so big that the church that we attended decided that they wanted to turn that into the student ministry for the church. And it grew into one of the largest student ministries in the country. And I look back over it and go, why was some little punk 14-year-old kid able to do something like that? It's all about influence. And in every season of my life, I've always had people that say things like this, and maybe some of you can relate. I don't know why I just told you that. We don't know each other that well, but I just felt like I could trust you. Have you ever heard that before? I will have people randomly text me. I met with a guy yesterday. We haven't spoke in probably a decade. And he texts me and says, hey, it's Kevin. I don't know if you remember me, but I've been watching you. I'd love to have a conversation. We're on the phone, actually on Zoom, yesterday, having that conversation. And it just never fails that I can go any length of time with someone. And whenever we get to reconnect, the depth at which we connected originally lasted during that gap to create significance later. And I realized this is all about influence. And so you heard Jake and he crushed it, and you heard Brianna and she crushed it, and you've heard from tons of other people over the last 2 days. The bottom line with any of it is this: if people don't trust you, your AI won't work, your strategies won't work, your posting schedule won't work, your ability to get in front of a camera won't matter. None of that matters if you don't carry yourself in a way that breeds trust and influence with people. And so as I was building this, I came across this model. So I did not create this, but I came across this model, this called the influence model, and it perfectly depicted what I was trying to communicate, which is this. In any transaction, there is 4 different competing things. There is the ability to carry your own character into that relationship. There is the opportunity for chemistry to take place between the two of you. There is the opportunity for you to showcase your competence. And then there's also the opportunity for the other person to decide, do I believe this person is credible? And what we're going to walk through is that if you will be intentional in those 4 areas, which I'm about to break down for you, you will build trust, right? It's what we want. But if we miss any part of that, we end up where we don't want to be, which is transactional. And this is where in all my years of working with realtors and lenders, this is where I watch most of you fail. It's not in the first transaction, it's in your ability to get the next one. It's your ability to create referral partners that, get this, haven't even worked with you yet. Some of my greatest referral partners have never been a client of any of my businesses. But they love my heart. They love my story. They believe in my mission and my purpose. And so they cannot talk about me enough, even though they've never experienced working with me. Why? Because at my core, they trust me. And they know that anyone they bring my way is going to leave better than they came. And so what does this look like? How do we build trust? We got to work through these four pieces. And so the first thing is character. This is the thing that all of us, if we're asked, hey, do you think you're a man or woman of character? Duh. Of course. Of course I am. But are you? And so let's break this down. How do you build character? The first is this. We have to let our yes be yes. We have to let our yes be yes. And about 8 years ago, I met a guy at networking named Justin. He was a former pastor. I was a former pastor. We connected right away. And we did that thing that you do when you network. And we said, hey, we should grab lunch. And so we set a time to grab lunch. And then I DM'd him on LinkedIn. And I said, oh, dude, it was the day before. Man, I'm so busy. I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. And we rescheduled. The second time came around. Man, I don't think I'm going to be able to make it. I'm so busy. And we rescheduled. I did this, I believe it was 3 times to Justin. And here is why he's one of my best friends today. Because instead of going, man, you know what, forget Kyle, I'm going to move on to the next person. He obviously has his issues. He sent me this message that said, hey, I don't know if I should say this to you or not. But you told me when we met that you were a Christian and you're not being very Christ-like because you're going back on your word. You're not letting your yes be yes. And I read that. And for a moment, I thought, who the heck is this guy? How dare he point fingers at me? How dare he say that to me? And guys, here is the beauty of developing humility in your life. is after about 15 seconds of being really mad, I calmed down enough to go, is he right? And I looked around, and guess what? Justin wasn't the only person that I was doing that to. I was doing it to all sorts of people. And I wasn't letting my yes be yes. And we live in a culture now where people don't like to be called out. People don't like to be offended. People like to beat to their own drum. And so we just kind of go, oh yeah, sorry, I was late. And at what point do we go, if I'm going to be the man of integrity that I believe I'm capable of being, I've got to let my yes be yes. And so if you told somebody that you'll have a contract to them by Friday, is it really Monday? And you're just like, oh, sorry, it was late. Because that little moment, it breaks trust. That little moment lowers your character, which makes it harder for you to ultimately have influence over that person. And so now, because of what happened with Justin, he's my business partner in one of my companies. And I wouldn't be where I am today if it wasn't for him. So you got to let your yes be yes. The second thing is you've got to settle your wrongs. I love what Peter from the Bible says. He says, above all, keep loving one another earnestly, since love covers a multitude of sins. And so I want to ask you, who have you refused to let go of in your life? Who have you maybe with lip service said that, yeah, like it's over, I forgot about that, I forgave them, but you haven't? You're holding the grudge. You've got pent up angst and aggression inside of you towards them. It is hurting your ability to connect to everyone else. It's hurting your ability to connect to everyone else. You've got to do this differently if you want to have true influence with people. And I've probably preached sermons just about this topic, and so I'm not going to do that today because we don't have time. But you cannot continue to carry the burden of unforgiveness for somebody else. You can't do it. It's too heavy. And you're going to end up vomiting on new people because of the pains of the old ones, and it's going to hurt your influence. We have to learn to take responsibility. Isn't it easy nowadays to just go, oh, sorry, I got stuck in a train. Oh, sorry, there was a wreck. Oh, I'm sorry, so-and-so shouldn't have done that, and then I did this, and then I'm so sorry. We don't hardly take responsibility for anything anymore. And so we end up living this average life, maybe even below average life, because nothing is ever our fault. And as long as nothing is my fault, then I never am held responsible to fix it. And so I just end up with all these broken things in my life because I'm blaming everybody else. And so the question is this: what if it's not your fault? Until you decide that it is, you can't grow from that situation. And I love this quote. I don't just love this quote because of the literal words. I love this quote because when you understand who said it, it gives it a whole new meaning, right? Helen Keller, she was deaf, she was blind, yet she still had the ability to say, character cannot be developed in ease and quiet. Only through experience of trial and suffering can the soul be strengthened, ambition inspired, and success achieved. And so you can't hope for less trial, but you can decide that you're going to improve the person going into that trial. And you can change the perspective that you have moving through it, because you want to ultimately every day wake up a better version of yourself. But it can't happen if you don't take responsibility. And then the last thing is this: you have to stay out of the gray. You have to stay out of the gray. Here's what this looks like in my life. The most important relationship in my life is my wife. This year we'll be married 16 years. She is my best friend. I am not grateful enough for her. Every day I need to tell her more. But here is something I do. When I travel, I don't ride in the car with women by myself. It's just something I do. Why? Because I value and cherish my marriage so much that I won't even hint at moving towards the gray. Well, that seems a little much. Yeah, it is. That seems like that could be more expensive because, yeah, getting an Uber is more expensive than letting somebody pick me up from the airport. But is a $56 Uber ride worth putting in jeopardy the thing that I cherish the most in my life? And so we've got to stay out of the gray. Every single person on here, there is an area in your life where you are allowing yourself to creep closer to the edge. And as of right now, nothing bad has happened. As of right now, nothing has gone wrong. But the reality is this: you are playing with fire. And men and women of the highest character don't play in the fire. They don't play in the fire. And so I'm not here to tell you where that area is in your life. It is my hope and my prayer that just saying this out loud causes something in your spirit to go, oh, I think that's what it is for me. And now go make a change. So that's character, right? That's just the first piece to this thing. The second piece is chemistry. And so the question is, how do we build chemistry? And this is going to feel silly, but just bear with me for a moment. And I think I'm going to go hat backwards for the rest of our time together. And so here it is. You've got to smile a lot. Here's what I've learned. Most people think they smile. They do not smile. Most people assume they smile at other people. They do not smile at other people. This is a learned skill. And so I've had to spend a long time telling myself internally, Kyle, smile at that person. Smile at that person. Y'all just locked eyes. Smile at that person. And then I'll go, turn it on. I'm walking out of a gas station. Somebody else is walking in. Turn it on. You think you're doing it, but you're not. And what I've learned is it can be as simple as a smile that builds influence with people. And so you need to check yourself and you need to start smiling more. This matters. This matters. We want to be around friendly people. And some of y'all have that resting bee face, and it's hurting your ability to connect because your brain is happy, but your face is not. And it will impact your ability to connect with people. And so you got to smile a lot, get in front of a mirror and practice. The second thing is you've got to learn how to match someone's energy. And so here's what this means. And again, guys, this is kind of weird, but if you go read books about like body language, and if you've heard somebody talk about it, there is power in the connection that our bodies can have by mimicking the other person. So here's what this looks like. If I'm on a Zoom call with somebody, if they're leaned in tight, guess what? I'm going to lean in here tight. If they lean back, I'm going to lean back. If they cross their arms, I'm going to cross my arms. Because there are things that happen in our bodies that when we are doing what the other person does, it creates connection. And so this also goes, if I am in person with somebody, and for those of you that have been around me, I get really excited. I talk really loud. probably more than anything in my life that my wife has had to say to me, it has probably been, "You are being so loud." And I'm like, "I'm so sorry, honey. I'm sorry. I didn't really." And so what I've learned to do is, if I am meeting with an introvert, I'm not going to talk up here and be real aggressive and loud. I'm going to get softer. And I'm going to have a conversation in a little bit softer of a tone because I want to match their energy. Because for everybody that likes my energy, there's also someone that is appalled by it. And if you don't know how to control your energy, you will run people off because they go, "Oof, I can only handle her in small doses," because that's a lot. That's a lot. And so we've got to learn to match people's energy. This is huge in our ability to build chemistry. We've got to become question askers. I loved what Jake talked about in the greatest ability you have above all tech and tools and trainings is improving your ability to listen. And so these two go together, right? You cannot be a good listener if you don't also know how to ask good questions. And if you ask good questions, but you don't know how to be a good listener, then you will waste all of those good questions. And so I take pride in being the person that when I meet with someone for the first time, they talk 90% of the time because I do not stop asking them questions. Because I want them to feel heard. I want them to feel believed in. I want them to know that I value what they have to say. This is so valuable. And to take this to social media for a moment, how many of you have ever struggled with, I don't know what to post on social media? Do you know what the most glaring reason that I know that you're not a good listener is? When you say that. Because if you were listening to your people, you'd always know what to talk about. Because they're giving you their pain, their struggle, they're asking you questions. And so then when you leave that conversation, get in your car, drive home and go, "Well, I don't know what to post about." You weren't listening. And so you've got to do this better. The beauty of this, guys, is simple. None of this comes naturally to anyone. This is a learned skill. So you can't go, "Yeah, I'm just not good at that." It is a learned skill. And so if you value people enough, you will decide today that you're going to be better at this. Or you're going to stay in a self-serving pattern that you've made all about you, and you will not grow, and your impact will not grow, and you will never reach more people. And then the last thing is this. How quickly can you find common ground with the people you talk to? This is why. If you open up, like if you start every conversation with a potential buyer and you open up this pamphlet and you're like, "Here, let me talk to you. I got into the industry in 2008, and in 2011, I won this award, and we had our best year ever in 2014, and we have 100 5-star reviews on Google," and you just are vomiting everything about you to people. That's not how you win. And so we find common ground by asking questions. Where'd you grow up? Where'd you go to school? How many kids do you have? Do you have pets? Because here's what's wild about people. We connect for the dumbest reasons. Have you ever watched like two people connect with one another? And like sometimes, obviously this reason is not dumb, but have you ever seen two people that realized the other one was in the military? Boom. Immediate friends. Because they've shared in their darkest moments. Have you ever seen two people that realize they're from the same state? Have you ever seen two people that realize they have the same kind of dog? And now they're looking at their phones and showing each other's pictures. And oh my gosh, it's so cute. Oh, it's not always this profound reason that we connect to people. It can be simple. But if you're not willing to play in that pool, you won't receive those blessings. And so we got to do this different. And so we've talked about character. We've talked about chemistry. But now let's round it out and start landing the plane and talk about competence. And I'm going to throw all 5 of these up here for us so we can jump through them quickly. You want to build competency? Number 1, never stop learning. The moment you believe you've achieved enough, you're done. The moment you believe you are the best person in your room, get the heck out of that room. I don't ever want to be the best in my friend group. I want to look around my friend group and go, what am I doing here? What value do you guys see in me that has allowed me to be in this circle? Because I have not achieved like you've achieved. I want people around me that are doing it better. And here's the key to this. You have to figure out humility. In my younger years as a pastor, I got super arrogant. I didn't surround myself with the right people for the right reasons. I didn't ask good questions because I didn't want to be found out for being a fraud. And nothing changed for me until I truly approached life from a place of humility, which means I deserve nothing. I deserve nothing. And so I'm here to learn. And I'm here to grow. And it happens by never stop learning. It happens by reading, watching, and listening to things. It happens by getting into better rooms. And then it really happens by becoming curious. And so what I want to challenge you with is this. The next time you feel frustration coming on, get curious instead. What does this look like? This means you move from, I can't believe they did that, to, I wonder why they did that. I wonder why I was on the receiving end of that. I didn't really do anything. And guys, it's amazing how quickly our humanity comes out when we get curious about people instead of frustrated by them. It's a game changer. And then it is in our curiosity that humility is birthed. Because you realize, I'm not better than anybody else. I don't deserve that, more or less. It's all about humility. And this is why I love what I do so much. Because in my 22 years of speaking, I have been in front of tens of thousands of people, and I have taught a class of one person. And in those rooms of thousands, it's easy. And in those rooms of one, it's not. But I'm proud of myself that all those years, when I'd walk into oh yeah, we should have 20 or 30 people here, and there was one, and they're going, I'm so sorry, should we cancel? And I say, no, I'm going to give everything I've got to this one person because they chose to be here. This is how we win. This is how you put in the reps. And so the next time you think, well, maybe I'll do like a Zoom buyer's consultation that people can attend and watch, and nobody shows up, do it anyway. Get your reps in, put in the work, and watch your competency grow. And then here's what happens, because as character is built and chemistry is created and competency is formed, then we can finish with credibility. And so for credibility, it's about asking the right questions. Are you honest? Only you know the answer to that question. And so here's what I don't care about. I don't care what your answer is. Because as long as your answer isn't true to you, you're a fraud. And that impacts your life. And so are you honest? Take a look in the mirror. If you're not, you're allowed to be better. Isn't that cool? Can you tell stories? Guys, we live in the greatest storytelling generation that has ever existed. Every person who's good on social media, every person who's good on stage, all of them are great storytellers. And so this is why you have to stop taking a closing photo and checking your social media box by making a post that says, "Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Smith, for letting me help you sell your house. Buy your house." Nobody cares. Who are the Smiths? What is their story? Because when you share facts, nobody cares. When you tell stories, people are engaged. And so the more I know about the Smiths, the more I can go, oh, wow, my family's in a situation similar to that. Oh, my gosh. If they had low credit and then we're able to help them restore it and get them into that home, if I have that, then I can start assuming that you might be able to help me too. But guys, we don't do that because we don't truly believe in the influence and the power that comes with social media. And so we just check our box. We throw it out there and go, whew, great. I'm glad that's over today. Instead of investing enough time to make it matter so that it will actually work. Here's another great question. What do others say about you? Have you asked people to be honest with you and tell you the truth? Have you ever reached out to a client that you didn't get the job with and say, hey, could you be honest with me and tell me why you didn't choose us? Because we learn a lot more from our failures than we do in our triumph. And so those opinions matter. And then the last question is this. Do you have credible people around you? Look at your people. Are they living their lives in a way that is edifying the life you want for yourself? Are they involved in activities where you're like, ooh, I don't want people to know that part? You are only as credible as the people you put around you. And this is why 20 years ago when I was a youth pastor and I'm telling a 7th grader, you show me your friends and I'll show you your future. I'm now 42 years old telling adults that. You show me your friends and I'll show you your future. This matters. And so let's end this thing like this. We can do these 4 things well and we can build trust, but there's a couple things standing in our way, because if we want to ultimately have influence and impact, there's 2 big things in red. And it's this. I am a human being, which means I am naturally going to try to do what's best for me if I'm not careful. And then across from me is another human being that is also trying to preserve their best interests. And so now we have 2 people that are waiting on the other person to go first. And so you've got to be that person. And so here's the key to this whole thing. When it comes to self-preservation, you have to move away from protecting who you are and move towards what others want. We got to move towards what others want. And I'll never forget, years ago, I was venting to a friend of mine that I had just been taken advantage of. I had received a text message from a friend that was at an event where someone was speaking on the same topic that I speak about, and they literally had stolen one of my slides and were using it as their own. And so my friend took a picture of it and sent it to me, and I am mad and angry and frustrated, and I'm venting to another friend, and they go, whoa, Kyle, Have you ever thought about a different perspective? Have you ever thought about that there are people walking this earth that no one wants anything from? And so what if your new perspective was, thank God that I have something worth being taken advantage of? And so now I live my life from the perspective of take everything you want from me. Take it all. I will never stop giving. And whether you believe that the Bible says you reap what you sow, whether you believe that the world says that karma exists, the bottom line is this: you get out of life what you give to it. And so I believe that if I live this life as a giver, yes, that means that I'm going to experience some takers. But it also means that I'm going to be on the receiving end of some pretty great blessings if I don't quit. And so how do we ultimately have influence over people? We've got to go first. Well, Kyle, don't you get hurt more that way? Yes. But it's worth it. I'd rather have a couple really close friends than have 100 people that think they're my friend, but they've never experienced the real me. We've got to do this different. And here's the close. The real test is this. If who you are in public and in private aren't the same, you will always struggle to lead. You will always struggle on social media. You will always struggle in your relationships, in your business, in your parenting. So this is the test. Are you the same person? And this is why I coach and teach people. If you cuss in real life, you should cuss in your videos. Well, that doesn't feel professional. Well, if it's okay to do it here, but it's not okay to do it there, why would you do it anywhere? Be you all the time. And so I'm going to throw these up here. I'm not going to go through them. Mitch, if you want to pop back on. Guys, if you want these slides, I'm happy to give them to you. Send me a DM. But here's how you can connect to me. That's my cell phone number. Text me if you need me. That QR code will teach you and educate you about the Collective, which is my coaching company that obviously I believe strongly about because it's my company. And so if you need accountability, if you need help in your sales and marketing, and you don't have a ton of money, I'm your guy. $97 a month. You will not find anything better that isn't way more. And so let me know what questions you guys have. And Mitch, appreciate you, brother. Thanks for letting me love on people today.
Awesome, man. It was great. Rhonda, Jake, anyone else out there have any questions for Kyle before we wrap things up?
Man,
and by all means, go check out the Collective.
Yeah, go check us out, guys.
Was it hot down there in Texas?
Well, it is hot, but I made the mistake of turning my air up so that my family wouldn't be freezing their butts off. But then when I get to speaking, it gets a little warm.
Right. Get the moving. Get the going. Fantastic.
Cool.
Authenticity. Awesome, man. Well, hey, I want to say thank you for once again stepping up, helping me out.
Honored, man.
Our people, loving on our people. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Bye, everybody.
All right, man. Appreciate you. And we'll talk to you soon.
Yes, sir.
See ya. All right, everybody. That's going to be a wrap on day 2 of Build Your Mortgage Empire by Build Your Empire. I want to thank all my speakers for stepping up and helping out all our sponsors and make these things possible. And for everybody that tuned in, appreciate you guys. If you have any questions for me, any of our speakers, just reach out. We're here to help and be happy to talk to you. Appreciate it. Thank you.